Welcome back to Mia Horror Stories. Tonight's tale, I work at a botanical garden. Rule 3 is don't look the orchids in the eye is best experienced in the dark, which is why the screen will stay black. No distractions, no flashing images, just you, your imagination, and the story. So sit back, relax, and listen all the way to the end if you dare. The first thing that went wrong that morning was the face shield fogging from the inside. That sounds minor, and it was. At least, it should have been. The orchid house always ran wet in April, warm enough to make your shirt stick between your shoulder blades before breakfast. And the misting system had a habit of kicking on 3 minutes early if the maintenance computer got moody. But I had cleaned that shield myself. I had wiped the inside with the anti-fog spray from the nursery office and set it on the stainless prep table with my gloves, shears, and the little blue bottle of isopropyl we used between cuts. When I lifted it, there were 3 clean streaks through the condensation, as if somebody had dragged fingertips down the plastic from the other side. I stood there with the shield in both hands and listened to the greenhouse tick. Water tapped leaf tips. A fan belt chirped once overhead. Somewhere beyond the glass, a delivery truck backed up with 3 flat beeps, paused, then beeped again. I told myself it was residue. A bad wipe. My own fingers somehow. Then one of the orchids moved. Not a dramatic movement. Not like a hand reaching. Nothing like that. It was one of the showy hybrids in bay sea, pale yellow petals speckled with rust red dots. The kind visitors always leaned too close to photograph. The bloom turned a little on its wire support, no more than an inch, the way a compass needle might settle. The greenhouse fans were on. The mist had weight. Plants moved all the time. Still, it seemed to turn toward me. My name is Claire Whitcomb. I'm 29, female, and I work as an assistant horticulturist at the Franklin Park Conservatory in Columbus, Ohio. That title sounds cleaner than the job is. Most mornings, it means hauling bags of bark mix before the doors open, kneeling in puddles with a clogged drain brush, and pretending not to care when wedding photographers step into beds clearly marked "Please remain on pathway." I got the job because I had a plant sciences degree, a tolerance for humidity, and a bad habit of saying yes when someone asked if I could cover a shift. That last part matters. I do not like making a fuss. I do not like being the person who says, "This feels wrong," when there is no broken pipe, no screaming visitor, no fallen ladder. I grew up in a house where any problem you named became your responsibility to fix. So I learned to swallow small discomforts until they turned into something that could not be ignored. A moldy smell behind drywall, a car making a new sound, a coworker who stared too long, or, on that particular morning, a flower that seemed to know where I was standing. "Claire," Morgan called from the service corridor. "You alive in there?" Morgan Hale, 34, female, was our senior horticulturist and my direct supervisor, though she preferred to say she was the person who gets blamed when the bromeliads sulk. She had grown up in Manchester, England, and still said compost like it had more dignity than the rest of us gave it. She came through the plastic strip curtain holding a clipboard against her chest, her dark hair twisted up with 2 pencils stuck through it, the front of her green work shirt already marked with potting mix. Morgan was practical to the point of cruelty sometimes, but not unkind. If a problem could be measured, tagged, pruned or emailed about. She could solve it before lunch. She stopped when she saw my face. "What?" I held up the shield. "Did you touch this?" "No." Glanced at it, then at the prep table. "Why, there were marks, like someone wiped it." She came closer, took the shield, tilted it toward the overhead lights. The streaks were already fading as the plastic warmed in her hands. "Probably your sleeve." I hadn't put it on yet. Morgan gave me the look she used when interns overwatered desert plants and claimed the soil had been dry in spirit. But she did not laugh. That was one of the reasons I trusted her. "Okay," she said. "We'll clean it again." The ordinary way she said it helped. The greenhouse settled back around us in layers. Wet soil, orchid bark, the mineral tang of fertilizer, warm electrical dust from the fan housings. Outside the glass wall, the main conservatory path curved past palms and a little stone bench where visitors liked to sit with coffees they were not technically supposed to bring inside. It was 7:12 a.m. The building would open at 10. We had nearly 3 hours to prep the orchid house for the donor preview that evening. That preview was the reason everyone was tense. The conservatory was unveiling a temporary exhibit called Vanishing Faces, Rare Orchids and the Human Eye, which sounded like something dreamed up by a marketing department after too much coffee. The central display featured a handful of orchids with petals or markings that resembled eyes, faces, animals, mouths, whatever people wanted to see when they paid $28 for admission and expected to feel enchanted. Some were common enough. Some had been loaned from private collectors. One shipment had arrived from a quarantine facility in Florida the previous afternoon, and Morgan had been sour about it ever since. "Did you check the crate from Dr. Voss?" I asked. Her mouth tightened. "I checked the paperwork. That's not the same thing." "I know what paperwork is, Claire." The strip curtain rattled again, and Leo came in carrying 2 cardboard coffee trays like offerings. Leo Serrano, 22 male, was our seasonal intern from New Mexico, a wiry botany student with a sun-faded baseball cap and a nervous sweetness that made volunteers want to adopt him. He had been with us 6 weeks and still apologized to plants when he bumped them. He was also, unfortunately, the only one among us willing to answer the nursery phone after 4 p.m., which meant he knew things he should not have had to know about donors, delivery delays, and Morgan's vocabulary when paperwork went missing. "I brought caffeine," he said, "and also fear." Morgan took a cup. "Only one of those is useful. The fear is about base C." Leo looked at me. "Did you see the new rules sheet?" I frowned. "What new rules sheet?" He shifted the coffee tray to one hand and pointed with his elbow toward the door to the public path. "Taped by the visitor barrier. I thought you put it there." Morgan and I looked at each other. The orchid house had plenty of signs. "Do not touch. Stay on path. Flash photography discouraged. Temporary exhibit closed until 6 p.m., but a rules sheet was different. Rules sheets belonged in staff areas, laminated and boring, usually telling us which valve not to open or which plants needed masks because their potting medium had been treated. We followed Leo out of the prep area. The public side of the orchid house was dim because the overhead grow lights were still warming up. Morning came through the glass roof in a gray wash, softening the edges of everything. The paths were clean, still damp from the floor machine overnight. Orchids hung from black mesh panels and cork mounts, roots pale and ropey in the air. Some had blooms like folded silk. Others looked like insects caught mid-flinch. At the low barrier in front of Bay C, a sheet of printer paper had been taped to the stanchion. It was not laminated. It was not on conservatory letterhead. The tape had been pressed down crooked, with one corner curled away from the metal post. Morgan stepped forward and read it aloud. Orchid House Temporary Handling Guidelines. 1. Wear gloves when working within 3 feet of the vase specimens. 2. Do not mist Bay C manually. 3. She stopped. Leo leaned in, then immediately leaned back, as if the words had heat. I read the third line myself. 3. Don't look the orchids in the eye. For a moment, none of us said anything. Then Morgan exhaled through her nose. Absolutely not. Leo gave a thin little laugh. Yeah, that was my first thought too. Morgan tore the page off the stanchion, fast enough that the tape snapped. This is someone's idea of a joke. Whose? I asked. Security, maintenance, one of the event staff. She folded the paper once, sharply. Someone with too much time and not enough supervision. I looked into Bay C. The new specimens had been arranged on a waist-high display bench behind the barrier. Each pot sunk into a shallow bed of moss and bark to look less like a plant show and more like a rainforest fragment. The tags were turned away from the path, but I recognized 3 from the intake sheet. Ophrys epiphyra, bee orchid. Dracula simia, monkey face orchid. A dark slipper orchid with a pouch that looked almost fleshy in the weak light. And then there were 4 others from Dr. Voss's crate. They had not been there when I left at 6:40 the previous evening. The first was white with a maroon throat and 2 yellow spots set close together near the column. The second had petals so dark they seemed bruised, with a pale ring in the center. The third was greenish and narrow, its lip folded into a shape that reminded me of a mouth refusing to open. The fourth sat slightly apart. That one drew my attention in a way I disliked immediately. Its bloom was large, maybe 5 inches across, cream-colored with purple veining that radiated from the center. In the middle was a round, glossy patch, black at the edge and amber toward the center. It was not an eye. It was plant tissue, patterning, moisture, evolutionary trickery meant to attract pollinators. I knew that. I knew it so firmly that I kept telling myself. Claire, Morgan said. I blinked and turned. She was watching me. What? You were staring. No, I was. Leo looked between us and chose his coffee instead of an opinion. Morgan tucked the folded rule sheet under her clipboard. We're not doing this. We've got a donor preview in less than 12 hours, a curator who thinks Latin names are a substitute for planning, and a shipment we still need to verify. If someone is trying to wind us up, we do not oblige. Should we check the cameras? Leo asked. That, Morgan said, pointing at him, is actually useful. We headed toward the service corridor, but before we reached it, the misting system kicked on. It came all at once, with a hiss from the overhead nozzles. Fine spray drifted over the mounts, caught in the beams of grow lights, and turned the air silver. My glasses spotted instantly. The paper tags softened and curled. Water beaded on petals and ran down the plastic bark trays with a sound like 100 quiet breaths. Morgan swore. It's not scheduled until 7:30. Maybe manual override, Leo said. No one should be on the controls. The floor grew slick under my boots. A droplet slid cold behind my ear. I wiped my glasses with the hem of my shirt, and when I put them back on, The fourth orchid in Bay C looked closer. It was. Of course it was. The pot was fixed in moss. The display bench had not moved, but the bloom had rotated on its thin wire support, turning that glossy central marking toward the path, toward us. Morgan strode to the wall panel and punched the override button. The hiss stopped. Water continued to drip for several seconds after, louder now that the spray was gone. Plink, plink, plink. A dark bead of water gathered at the center of the cream orchids. I swelled and slid down like a tear. Leo whispered, "I hate that." Morgan snapped her head toward him. "Don't start." "I'm not starting, I'm observing. You're catastrophizing." "I can multitask." Despite myself, I laughed once. Too short, too loud. The sound bounced off glass and came back small. Morgan rubbed a hand over her forehead. We check the control log. We check the cameras. We verify the Voss specimens. Then we decide whether to call Dr. Merritt before she arrives. Dr. Elaine Merritt, 56, female, was the conservatory's director, and a woman who could make city officials apologize for using the wrong font in a grant proposal. She cared about plants, yes, but she cared about donors with the fixed, predatory focus of someone keeping a nonprofit alive through private money and polite threats. If we called her at 7:20 a.m. to say someone had taped up a creepy rule sheet, we had better bring proof of either sabotage or actual danger. That was the problem. Nothing dangerous had happened. The fogged shield could be residue. The rule sheet could be a prank. The early mist could be a scheduling glitch. The flower turning could be airflow, moisture weight, a loose support wire. Each thing had an explanation. Together, they made the room feel smaller. We found Owen in the security office, halfway through a gas station breakfast burrito and a video feed from the Palm House. Owen Pike, 46, male, was the morning security lead, a former Columbus police officer with bad knees, square glasses, and a tendency to speak gently to everyone except drunk adults at evening events. He liked rules because rules let him avoid guessing. When we crowded into his narrow office, he paused the feed and looked at our shoes before our faces. "Wet floor?" he asked. "Misting system fired early," Morgan said. "Again, that's what we're finding out." His office smelled like coffee, old carpet, and the hot plastic scent of electronics. 6 monitor views showed different parts of the conservatory: admissions desk, gift shop, desert room, loading bay, children's garden gate, orchid house path. The orchid house camera was angled from above the public entrance. Bay C was visible in a grainy rectangle of greens and whites. Morgan unfolded the rule sheet and placed it on the desk. Owen read it once. His chewing slowed. "Who put this up?" she asked. He swallowed. "Not my team. Can you check?" "I can check the feed." He rolled back the footage. The monitor stuttered through the empty orchid house in bluish night vision. Timestamp: 2:13 a.m. Nothing moved but the occasional pale flicker of leaves under the fans. 3:40 a.m. A moth crossed the lens. 4:58 a.m. The cleaning crew's floor machine passed the entrance, orange beacon rotating. At 5:26 a.m., the screen pixelated. Owen leaned closer. "That's not normal." The image froze for 8 seconds. When it returned, the rule sheet was on the stanchion. No person appeared. Morgan's jaw tightened. "Camera dropout. Looks like interference," Owen said. "From what?" He did not answer right away, which told me he did not know. Leo hugged his coffee cup with both hands. "Could someone have come in under the camera?" Owen rewound and played it again at half speed. Empty path, pixel smear, rule sheet. No, he said, not unless they crawled from Bay C, and even then we'd see something. The four of us sat with that longer than we should have. Owen cleared his throat. Could be someone already in there, behind the display. Morgan shook her head. There's no space behind Bay C. It backs onto the service wall. Then we inspect the service wall. That's what I'm doing. I'm coming with you. No need. Owen looked at her over his glasses. A paper appeared on a camera after a dropout. I'm coming with you. Morgan seemed ready to argue, then didn't. That worried me more than the argument would have. We returned to the orchid house with Owen carrying a flashlight and Leo carrying the intake binder, because Morgan had decided that paperwork could become a weapon if held with enough conviction. The public doors were still locked. The conservatory remained in that strange pre-opening state where every sound felt unauthorized. Somewhere, a toilet flushed in the staff hallway. A cart rattled far away. The building's heating system clicked and sighed. Back in Bay C, the air smelled stronger than before. Orchids have scents people don't expect. Vanilla, citrus, coconut, old mushrooms, spoiled meat, damp laundry. This was sweet at first, like overripe pears, then sour underneath. It clung to the back of my throat. Owen wrinkled his nose. That normal? No, Morgan and I said at the same time. Leo checked the binder. The Voss shipment notes say variable fragrance after misting. Morgan took the binder from him. Variable is doing a lot of work there. Owen opened the barrier chain and stepped onto the staff mat beside the display. His flashlight beam moved across labels, clips, moss, irrigation lines. Morgan followed, careful not to brush the blooms. Leo stayed by the path with me. I kept my eyes on the pots, not the flowers. Pots were safe. Tags were safe. The black irrigation tubing had little white mineral crusts where the emitters met the line. One green twist tie had been wrapped too tightly around a support stake. A fallen petal lay in the moss like a piece of wet paper. You okay? Leo murmured. Yeah, you're doing the thing where you hold your breath. I let air out slowly. I'm fine. He nodded like he believed me enough not to press. Owen crouched near the service wall. There's moisture here. Morgan bent beside him. The whole room is moisture. No, on the panel seam. I looked despite myself. The service wall behind Bay C was painted a dull institutional green, broken by a narrow access panel for irrigation valves. A wet streak ran from the lower edge of that panel to the floor, darkening the paint. Owen touched it with a gloved finger and sniffed. Not just water, he said. Morgan leaned in. Don't sniff random greenhouse liquids. I've sniffed worse. That is not an argument. She crouched and examined the seam. Panels not latched. That changed the air. The access panels stayed latched, not locked because staff needed fast entry, but latched tight enough that humidity didn't warp them open. Morgan slid 2 fingers into the gap and pulled. The panel door stuck, then came free with a soft sucking sound. Behind it was supposed to be pipework, valves, a gray junction box. Maybe a spider if it had ambition. Instead, there was a plastic crate. It had been shoved into the narrow utility cavity at an angle, scraping insulation from the pipe behind it. The lid was cracked. The side label was torn, but I could still read the black print. VOSS Botanical Research. Live specimens. Hold for inspection. Morgan went very still. Leo whispered, Is that the crate? No, Morgan said. The crate is in quarantine storage. But she didn't sound certain anymore. Owen lifted his radio. Control, this is Pike. I need you to hold exterior deliveries and keep the West Service Hall clear until further notice. Static answered then, copy, everything okay. Owen looked at Morgan. Morgan looked at the crate. Tell them routine inspection, she said. Owen pressed the button. Routine inspection. That was the choice, I think. Not the big one people imagine in stories, not the obvious door marked danger. Just 4 adults in a wet greenhouse, staring at a crate that should not have been there, deciding whether to open it quietly and understand the problem before it became official, or shut the room down, call Dr. Merritt, and risk being told we had panicked over a prank, a glitch, and mislabeled plants. Morgan's fingers tightened around the clipboard. We document first, she said. Photos. No touching barehanded. Owen, keep the path closed. Leo, get specimen bags and a second face shield. She turned to me. Claire, check quarantine storage and confirm whether the logged crate is still there. The sensible thing would have been to say no, or at least to ask Owen to come with me. The storage room was 2 corridors away, behind the propagation lab, locked with a keypad that logged entries. It was safe, bright, full of metal shelving and humming refrigerators. And yet the thought of walking there alone made my tongue stick to the roof of my mouth. Morgan saw it. She softened, just for a second. You don't have to, she said quietly. That was the worst thing she could have said, because it made refusing feel like proving something ugly about myself. I'll check, I said. Leo glanced toward Bay C, then back at me. I can go. No, stay here. Don't let anyone touch that crate. I took the keys from Morgan, put on the fogged face shield because it was closest, and stepped toward the service corridor. Behind me, Owen's flashlight clicked against the wall. Morgan started dictating notes into her phone in her clipped, steady voice. Leo tore open a drawer too hard and scattered nitrile gloves across the prep table. As I pushed through the plastic strip curtain, I told myself not to look back. I almost made it. At the last second, I glanced over my shoulder. The cream orchid in Bay C faced the corridor now. Not the path, not the fans, me. Taped to the inside of my face shield, where I could not possibly have missed it before, was a thin strip of white plant label with 3 words written in black nursery marker. Rule 3 matters. For a few seconds, I could not move. The strip curtain rested against my shoulders, damp and cold from the mist, and the white plant label sat just below my right eye on the inside of the face shield. The handwriting was blocky, rushed. The marker ink bled slightly where condensation had softened the plastic. Rule 3 matters. 3 words. Not a scream, not a threat, just enough to make the hallway in front of me look longer than it was. Behind me, Morgan was still dictating into her phone. Secondary container discovered behind Bay C service panel, approximate dimensions 40 by 60 centimeters. Exterior label partially intact. Owen's radio crackled. Leo said something I couldn't catch, his voice thin and nervous. I peeled the label off the shield. It came away with a tiny squeak. My gloved fingers stuck to the adhesive, and for one stupid moment, all I could think was that the label was the same kind we used in propagation. The cheap white strips with rounded tips, the ones kept in a drawer under the bench. Anyone on staff could have grabbed one. Anyone. I turned back into the orchid house. Morgan looked up. Claire, I held out the label. The room changed around it. That is the best way I can describe it. Nobody shouted. Nobody ran. But Morgan stopped mid-sentence. Owen lowered his flashlight, and Leo's mouth opened slightly, like he had forgotten how to breathe through his nose. Morgan crossed to me and took the label without touching my glove. She held it by the edge. Where was this? Inside the shield. You're sure? I almost snapped at her. Of course I was sure. It had been right in front of my face. But the question was not an insult. It was procedure. Morgan needed the world to stay in order, one verified fact at a time. Yes, I said, on the inside. It wasn't there before. Leo rubbed both hands over his arms. That means someone touched your gear. Owen's expression had flattened into work mode. When was the shield last unattended? Prep table, Morgan said, since Claire cleaned it. Anyone in here since then? No public access, Morgan said. That's not what I asked. Morgan looked toward the service corridor, then Bay C, then the prep area. Conservatory suddenly felt full of doors I had stopped seeing because I worked there every day. Staff corridor, loading bay, propagation lab, maintenance closet, public entrance, emergency exit by the education wing. Staff, potentially, she said. Cleaning crew, security, us, Leo said, very quietly. Or whoever put the crate there. No one corrected him. Owen took the label from Morgan with a clean evidence bag from his utility pouch. I hadn't known he carried those until that morning. He slid it inside, sealed it, and wrote the time on the white strip. Okay, he said. We stopped treating this like a prank. Morgan's jaw worked once. We still need to confirm what's in quarantine. We also need to secure the area. If we call this in wrong, Merritt will ask why we escalated without verification. Owen looked at her. And if we don't call it in and somebody gets hurt, what do you think she'll ask then? The words landed hard because they were true. The donor preview was not just a cocktail hour with rich people pointing at flowers. There would be board members, a city arts reporter, families of major donors, maybe 80 guests total. Catering would arrive at 4, event staff at 3. The conservatory opened to general visitors at 10, which meant we had less than 2.5 hours before regular foot traffic started pressing against closed doors, asking why the orchid house was blocked off. And we had a hidden live specimen crate, an altered sign, tampered PPE, an early misting cycle, and unknown access to a restricted plant area. Time, suddenly, had teeth. Morgan reached for her phone. I'm calling Merritt. Before she could unlock it, every grow light in the orchid house blinked off. The fans went next, not all at once. First, the little oscillating fan over Bay A slowed into a dragging whine. Then the ceiling circulation fans lost their steady rush and spun down blade by blade, chopping the air into thicker pieces. The irrigation panel clicked twice. Somewhere behind the service wall, a pump coughed and stopped. The emergency lights came on after a half-second delay, yellow and low. In that half-second, the greenhouse felt enormous. Then, the backup lights hummed to life, and everything looked wrong in their color. The orchids lost their softness. Leaves turned waxy. Water drops became little hard points. Leo whispered, "Power." Owen lifted his radio. "Control, this is Pike. Status on power." "Static," he tried again. "Control, Pike. Do you copy?" More static, broken by a faint click. Morgan strode to the environmental control panel mounted near the prep area. The screen was black. She pressed the edge. Nothing. "Backup should keep ventilation running," she said. "It isn't," Leo said. "I can hear that." The sour pear smell thickened almost immediately. Without airflow, the humidity pressed down, My shirt clung to my ribs. The inside of the face shield fogged again, blurring the room into shapes and glowing edges. I tore it off before I could think about the label. Morgan saw me do it. Put that back on. I can't see. You need eye protection. For what? I asked, sharper than I meant to. For whatever is in that crate. That shut me up. Owen moved toward the public entrance. I'm checking the maglock. He pulled at the glass door. It opened. He stopped. That should be locked, Morgan said. On power failure, public doors fail safe, Owen replied. They unlock for evacuation. But the building isn't open. The door doesn't know that. He pushed it shut and looked down the public path beyond the orchid house. In the yellow emergency light, the conservatory's tropical corridor was empty. But emptiness in a public building is never clean. It has corners, places for someone to be just out of sight. Owen clipped his radio back. We need bodies on doors. Now, Morgan's phone buzzed in her hand. She looked at it. No service. There's Wi-Fi calling, Leo said. The Wi-Fi is down. He checked his own phone anyway, because people do that even when they know the answer. Mine too. The time-sensitive problem formed around us, plain and ugly. The orchid house had lost power and ventilation. The public doors had failed unlocked. The cameras and radios were unreliable. And within a few hours, the building was supposed to fill with visitors. If the outage was accidental, we had to contain humidity-sensitive specimens and stop environmental damage. If it was deliberate, someone had just created access. Morgan turned to me. Quarantine storage has independent power. It does. It's on a battery system for the cold cabinets. The keypad should still log entry. She pointed toward the service corridor. We need to know whether the original Voss crate is there. If it is, this hidden one is extra. If it isn't, someone moved it, opened it, and staged Bay C. And if someone is still in the building, I asked. Owen answered before she could. Then nobody goes alone. Morgan's mouth tightened, but she nodded. Fine. Claire and Leo check quarantine. Owen, you hold this room. I'll go to facilities and find out why ventilation is dead. No, Owen said. Morgan blinked. Excuse me. No one splits 3 ways when comms are down. We have a plant health emergency and a security issue. We have a possible intruder and compromised access. That comes first. Morgan stepped closer to him. If ventilation stays off in here, temperature and humidity will spike. We have loaned specimens, some of them worth more than my car, in an enclosed glass room. Do you want to explain to Merritt why we let them cook? Because we were scared of a handwritten label. Owen did not raise his voice. I want to explain to Merritt why everyone is alive. The line hung there. Leo looked at me with the expression of someone wishing adults would stop being adults near him. This was Morgan's flaw, though I would not have called it that then. She could not stand losing control of a system she understood. Give her disease, pests, irrigation problems, donor pressure, a cracked climate sensor, and she would narrow herself into action until the problem surrendered. But people were not systems. A person had taped that label inside my shield. A person had moved through camera blackout. A person might be watching us argue. And my flaw, naturally, was the opposite. I knew when things felt wrong. I had known since the shield, since the orchid turned, since the rule sheet. But knowing and saying were different, and all my training in being agreeable tightened around my throat. I made myself speak anyway. We should close the conservatory. Morgan turned to me. I felt my pulse in my tongue. At least delay opening. Put a sign outside, power issue, HVAC issue, whatever sounds boring. We can figure out the plants after people aren't coming in. Owen nodded once. Agreed. Morgan looked toward Bay C. The cream orchid was a pale blur behind her shoulder, its center dark even in the bad light. If I make that call and this is nothing, she said, Merritt will bury me. If you don't make it and this is something, I said, you'll bury yourself. It came out harsher than I intended. Morgan looked hurt for half a second. Then the hurt was gone, replaced by something colder. Leo, she said, get the manual closure kit from admissions. Red straps, printed signs, sandwich board. Claire with him. Owen, stay here. I'm going to the facilities panel. Owen started to object. Morgan cut him off. Facilities is 30 feet down the staff hall. I will keep line of sight to the Orchid House door. You can watch me walk there if it makes you happy. It doesn't. Nothing makes you happy. That's why I'm good at this. Their rhythm might have been funny on another morning. Leo and I moved toward the service corridor. I put the face shield back on because Morgan was right, and because not wearing it felt like tempting something I did not believe in. The plastic fogged at the edges. I kept my gaze down, watching the wet floor shine under the emergency lights. As we passed Bay C, a drop hit the mat beside my boot. Then another, not from above, from the hidden crate. A thin brownish liquid had begun seeping from one cracked corner of the plastic lid, running down the side, carrying bits of bark and moss with it. It smelled sharper than the air around it, like cut stems left too long in a bucket. Morgan noticed at the same time I did. Don't touch it, she said. I wasn't going to, Leo swallowed. Is it chemical? Could be fertilizer solution. Could be rot. Could be pesticide residue. Morgan crouched but kept distance. Could be nothing. Owen's radio popped again, loud enough that all of us flinched. West Gate, a voice broke through. Delivery can't. Owen grabbed it. Control, repeat. Static. And a different sound from the public corridor. A knock. 3 quick taps on glass. We all turned. At the far end of the Orchid House, beyond the unlocked public door, a man stood outside in the tropical corridor with a dolly and 2 stacked catering boxes. He wore a black polo shirt and had earbuds in. Early delivery. Wrong entrance. Bad timing. He cupped his hands around his eyes and leaned toward the glass, trying to see in. Owen moved fast. Stay back. The man could not hear him. He pushed the door handle. It opened. Warm, wet Orchid House air rolled out into the corridor, carrying that sour, sweet smell with it. Sir, Owen called louder. Stop there. The man froze halfway through the doorway. One earbud dangled as he pulled it out. He said, delivery for events. We're closed, Owen said. Step back into the hall. I was told west entrance. That's not this. I tried the loading bay. Nobody answered. Step back. The man's eyes moved past Owen, past Morgan, past Leo and me, toward Bay C. It was instinct. People look where other people don't want them to. The display was beautiful even in emergency light, and strange, and his gaze snagged on it. Morgan said, don't look at the flowers. The man gave a confused laugh. What? Then his foot slipped. Not dramatically. His sneaker hit the wet tile just inside the threshold, slid forward, and the dolly tipped. The top catering box shifted, struck the doorframe, and split open. Small glass jars spilled across the tile, bouncing and shattering, releasing the sharp smell of vinegar and herbs. One jar rolled under the barrier toward Bay A. Damn it, the man said, catching himself against the door. Owen was already there, one hand out. Back up, now. I'm sorry, I didn't back. Up, the man obeyed, pale and embarrassed, leaving the dolly half in the doorway. Broken glass glittered on wet tile. The smell of vinegar cut through the orchid odor, making my eyes water. Leo whispered, "This is getting worse." No one disagreed. Owen guided the delivery driver into the hall, then pulled the orchid house door shut. He wedged a rubber doorstop under it from our side. "That won't hold if someone pulls hard," Morgan said. "It'll slow them. Merritt is going to murder us. Merritt can take a number." Morgan looked at the broken glass, the seeping crate, the dead control panel, the unlocked public access. I saw the decision happen. Her shoulders lowered slightly, not in relief, but surrender. "Fine," she said, "we close." She turned to me and Leo. "Get the closure kit. Then quarantine. Move together, don't stop for questions. If anyone asks, power issue. Nothing else." Leo nodded too fast. We left the orchid house through the service corridor, walking quickly, but not running. The staff hallway beyond was lit by emergency fixtures spaced too far apart, so we passed through alternating pools of yellow and shadow. The familiar scuffs on the baseboards looked theatrical. A mop bucket sat abandoned outside the janitor closet, gray water trembling slightly from some vibration in the building. Somewhere ahead, a fire door banged once. Leo muttered, "Please be wind." "We're inside." Then, "Please be indoor wind." I almost laughed. Almost. Admissions was on the other side of the tropical corridor. To reach it, we had to pass a glass wall overlooking the public lobby. The lobby was dim, but outside the front doors, I could see a small group of visitors already waiting under the overhang. 2 older women in rain jackets, a father with a child in a stroller, a man reading his phone. Normal people, normal morning. My stomach tightened. They had no idea that the building was already wrong. Admissions desk drawers were unlocked because the power failure had killed the little magnetic latch. Leo found the red closure straps in the bottom cabinet, tangled around a stack of laminated signs. I grabbed the sandwich board. The printed sign said, "Temporary closure. Thank you for your patience." It looked absurdly polite. Behind the desk, the landline rang. Leo and I stared at it. It rang again. "Should we answer?" he asked. "It might be Morgan. It might be Merritt." Then, definitely no. It rang a third time, shrill in the empty lobby. I picked it up. "Franklin Park Conservatory admissions," I said, trying to sound like someone whose morning had not come apart. For a second, no one spoke. Then a woman's voice, low and tight, said, "Do not open the vase crate." My hand tightened around the receiver. "Who is this? Listen to me. Do not open it. Do not mist it. Do not let anyone look directly into the central markings." I looked at Leo. He saw my face and went still. "Who is this?" I repeated. The woman inhaled sharply, as if she was hurt or running. "Where is Dr. Merritt?" "She's not here yet." "Good, keep her away from Bay C. Tell me your name." A pause, then, "Ask Morgan Hale what she signed yesterday." The line clicked dead. I kept the receiver pressed to my ear until the dial tone came on, flat and steady. Leo whispered, "Claire." I hung up slowly. "We need to get back." "What did they say?" "Not to open the crate." His face drained of color. "They were going to open the crate." "I don't know." We took the closure kit and ran, not full speed, because the floor was wet and neither of us wanted to become the next accident, but fast enough that the sandwich board banged against my shin and the red straps dragged behind Leo like emergency tape. When we turned into the staff hallway, the smell hit us before we reached the orchid house. Not pears anymore. Rot. Greenhouse rot is specific. Wet bark, broken roots, fungal mats, stagnant water, something alive turning soft. This was worse because it had a warm metallic edge, like old pennies held in someone's mouth. Owen stood at the service entrance with his flashlight raised. Morgan was inside Bay C. The hidden crate sat open at her feet. For a second, I thought she had ignored us on purpose. Then I saw her posture. She was not examining the crate. She was bracing herself against the display bench with one hand, head tilted down, breathing hard. "Morgan," Owen said. She did not answer. Leo dropped the red straps. I stepped into the orchid house, and the face shield fogged completely. Through the blur, Morgan lifted her head. "I didn't open it," she said. Her voice was flat with shock. The cracked lid lay on the floor beside the crate. Something had pushed it off from inside, or something had been arranged to make it look that way. The moss around it was soaked dark. Inside, under shredded packing paper and bark chips, were not orchids. There were staff badges, 6 of them, old ones, current ones, plastic cards with clipped corners, faded photos, names printed beneath smiling faces. Morgan reached down with shaking fingers and lifted the top badge by its lanyard. The photo belonged to a young woman with curly hair and a bright, practiced employee smile. Nina Caldwell, volunteer coordinator. I knew that name. Everyone did. Nina Caldwell, 27, female, had gone missing 6 months earlier after leaving work late during an event setup. Her car had been found 2 days later near Alum Creek, locked, empty, her phone still inside. Police had interviewed staff. Flyers had gone up. People whispered for a while, then whispered less. Morgan stared at Nina's badge like it had bitten her. Behind her, the cream orchid in Bay C turned very slightly on its support wire. Not toward me this time, toward Morgan. And from the public corridor beyond the wedged door came another knock. Not 3 taps, a fist heavy and impatient pounding glass. "Open up," a man shouted from outside. "Dr. Merritt sent me." Owen raised his radio again, but only static answered. Morgan looked at us, the badge hanging from her hand. The choice had vanished. Now there was only deeper risk. The man outside the orchid house kept pounding the glass. Not frantic pounding, not someone trapped or hurt. Angry pounding. "Open the door," he shouted. "I'm not standing out here all morning." Owen moved first. He stepped between us and the public entrance, flashlight in one hand, radio in the other, his body broad and steady in the yellow emergency light. The rubber doorstop he had wedged under the door jumped with every hit. "Back away from the door," Owen called. The man pressed his face close to the glass. He was white, maybe late 40s, with rain-dark hair combed back, and a red visitor sticker already slapped crookedly on his jacket. Not staff, not catering. His tie was too bright for the building's damp gray morning, and his expression carried the insulted confidence of someone used to being waved through. "I said Dr. Merritt sent me," he snapped. Morgan had not moved from Bay C. Nina Caldwell's badge hung from her gloved fingers, twisting on its lanyard. The other badges lay in the crate among shredded paper and wet bark, their plastic faces catching the emergency lights. Leo stood beside the service corridor with the red closure straps pulled around his boots. His breathing had gone shallow. Mine had too. Owen said, "Name." The man slapped his palm against the glass. "Arthur Bell, Board Development Committee." Elaine called me herself. Morgan's eyes flicked up at that. Arthur Bell, 51, male, was a donor liaison and board member, the kind of person whose emails arrived with other people copied for pressure. I had seen him at galas twice. Always holding a glass of wine like it was evidence of his generosity. He was not dangerous in the obvious way. He was worse for that moment, entitled, connected, and standing between us and a clean closure. Morgan swallowed and tucked Nina's badge into an evidence bag Owen had left on the bench. Arthur, this area is closed due to a facilities issue. He squinted through the glass. Morgan, what the hell is going on in there? Facilities issue, she repeated. Please return to the lobby. I have donors arriving in 90 minutes for a private walkthrough. No, you don't, Owen said. The building is closed. Arthur looked at him like security guards were furniture that had learned to speak. And who are you? Owen Pike. Security lead. Back away from the door. Arthur's gaze slipped past him again, toward Basie, his eyes fixed on the open crate. Morgan saw it. Do not come in here. Is that Voss material? Arthur asked. Elaine told me the final placement hadn't been approved. No one answered. That was answer enough. Arthur stepped back from the door, pulled out his phone, and began tapping hard with both thumbs. Leo whispered, He's calling Merritt. Good, Owen said. Maybe she'll answer him. But Morgan was already moving. She crossed from Bay C to the service entrance and grabbed the closure straps from the floor. Attempt 1, she said, voice tight. We secure the public side. Claire, with me. Leo, get the sandwich board to the front lobby. Owen, keep Arthur out. Owen shook his head. No splitting. We can see the lobby from the tropical corridor. We have 5 minutes before that man decides his donor badge makes him a battering ram. He can't force the door without hurting himself. He doesn't need to. The north public entrance is unlocked too if the fail-safe tripped building wide. So is the children's garden gate. So is the palm room exit. We strap one door and he walks around to another. Owen knew she was right. I could see it in the way his mouth flattened. The conservatory was shaped like a glass maze if you didn't work there. From the orchid house, the public path curved west into the tropical corridor, then opened into the central palm room, a tall glass house with paths branching to the desert wing, the children's garden doors, admissions, and the event hall. The staff corridor ran behind the orchid house like a service spine, connecting Bay C to propagation, quarantine storage, facilities, and the loading dock. On a normal day, locked doors made the routes separate. With the power out, the building had turned itself inside out. Morgan shoved one end of the red strap into my hands. We start with this door. We did not open the orchid house entrance all the way. Owen cracked it just enough for Morgan to slip the strap around the exterior handle while I held tension from inside. Arthur stood 6 feet away in the corridor, phone to his ear, watching us with narrowed eyes. Elaine isn't picking up, he said. That's unfortunate, Morgan said. You people are making a career-ending mistake. Morgan pulled the strap tight. Her hands were steady, but her face had gone pale under the freckles. Then put it in writing. That shut him up for 2 seconds. Then the strap buckle jammed. Damn it, she muttered. I leaned in to help. My face shield fogged. My fingers, clumsy in wet gloves, pinched the buckle wrong and the strap snapped loose, whipping my wrist. Pain flashed up my arm. Sorry, Morgan said. It's fine. It was. A red welt rose instantly across the inside of my wrist. Arthur laughed once, humorless. Very professional. Owen took one step toward the glass. Arthur stopped laughing. On the second try, we got the strap fixed. Then we added the sandwich board sign just outside the door, angled so anyone coming from admissions would see it before the orchids. Temporary closure, thank you for your patience behind the polite words. The orchid house glowed yellow and wet. Leo jogged back from the lobby. Front doors are unlocked. There are people outside. I put one sign up, but they can still open them from outside if they pull hard. Did you tell them we're closed? Owen asked. Through the glass, yeah. A lady asked if the butterflies were still open. Are the butterflies open? Arthur demanded. Owen looked at him. No, Arthur. Attempt 1 was already only partial. One strapped door. One sign. A handful of visitors outside who might wait politely or might not. A board member calling everyone he knew. A hidden crate opened behind us. Then the fire alarm chirped. One short electronic note from the ceiling. We all froze. Another chirp. Leo whispered, "Is that the alarm?" Morgan looked up. No, low battery tone. A third chirp came from the service corridor. Then another, farther away. The emergency system was complaining to itself. Not evacuation. Not yet. But the sound did something to my nerves. Each little chirp hit the air like a tiny warning. Impossible to ignore and impossible to fix by standing still. Owen said, "We need a working phone." Facilities office has a landline, Morgan said. And quarantine is on the way, I said. Morgan turned to me. Yes, there it was again. The task we had failed to complete. Confirm whether the logged Voss crate was still in quarantine storage. If it was, the hidden crate was an unauthorized second container. If it wasn't, then Bay C had been staged from official material and records had been manipulated. Either way, we needed the answer before Merritt arrived and before police or fire or anyone else asked why 6 staff badges were sitting in a plant crate. Attempt 2 formed fast. Reach quarantine, verify the crate, call out from facilities, and trigger a full building closure from the manual panel if possible. Owen insisted we move together this time. Morgan argued for 30 seconds, then gave in because she was shaking now, though she tried to hide it by tightening her ponytail. Leo grabbed a rolling cart from the prep area and loaded it with the evidence bags, the intake binder, 2 flashlights, and a spill kit. Owen blocked Arthur from following us through the public side, then locked the Orchid House service door behind us with a physical key. It felt better for exactly 8 steps. The staff corridor behind the Orchid House ran east-west, narrow and beige, with pipes overhead and rubber mats along the floor. To the right, west, it led toward the loading dock and facilities office. To the left, east, it led past propagation and quarantine, then looped toward administration. Emergency lights made the walls look nicotine-stained. The air was cooler than the Orchid House, but still damp. Somewhere inside the walls, water ticked through pipes. We chose east first, quarantine. Leo pushed the cart. One wheel squeaked. "Can we not bring the creepy badges with us?" he asked. "We are not leaving potential evidence unattended," Owen said. "They're in bags. They can be stolen in bags." Leo made a small, miserable sound. Morgan walked ahead with the keys. Her shoulders had locked again into purpose. I knew she was thinking about paperwork, about signatures, about the phone caller asking what she had signed yesterday. I wanted to ask. I didn't. Propagation was the first room on the right. Through the window, rows of young plants sat under dark grow lights, trays neat on metal racks. Beyond that, The corridor bent left around a storage alcove filled with peat bales, empty pots, and a yellow caution cone. As we rounded the bend, something skittered across the floor. Leo yelped and rammed the cart into my ankle. Pain burst through my foot. Ow, sorry, Owen swung his flashlight down. A pale shape darted under the potting bench in the alcove, dragging something thin behind it. For half a second, my mind made it impossible. A hand, a root, a face low to the floor. The face shield blurred. The emergency light flickered. My throat closed. Then Owen crouched, shone the beam under the bench, and sighed. Raccoon. What? Morgan said. A raccoon stared back at us with wet black eyes, one paw on a torn plastic bag of slow-release fertilizer. Its fur was patchy along one shoulder. It looked as frightened as we were, and much more offended. Leo put a hand over his chest. I'm going to die because of a trash panda. Loading dock door must not have latched, Owen said. A coon bolted past us, claws scratching on tile, and vanished toward the west corridor. It was explainable, completely. The conservatory sometimes got birds, mice, once a very determined squirrel in the bonsai room. A raccoon in a power outage was not impossible. But for those first 2 seconds, before the flashlight found fur and whiskers, every strange thing in the morning had crowded into that shape. Morgan looked at my ankle. Can you walk? I tested weight. The joint sparked but held. Yeah. Leo looked stricken. I'm really sorry. It's fine. It still was. We reached quarantine at 8:14 a.m. The quarantine room door was steel with a narrow window and a keypad beside it. A printed sign listed access rules in calm black font. Gloves, log entry, no unauthorized plant movement. All incoming specimens held until inspection. The keypad glowed green on battery power. Morgan entered her code. The keypad beeped. Red. She tried again more slowly. Red. Owen stepped close. Locked out. That code worked yesterday. Use mine, Leo said. Morgan stared at him. He shrugged defensively. I did intake last week. Dr. Merritt gave me temporary access. Why didn't I know that? You were at the donor lunch. Morgan said nothing, which was somehow worse. Leo punched in his code. Green. The lock clicked. A new fact landed quietly. Merritt had given an intern quarantine access without telling the senior horticulturist. Morgan's face did something small and controlled. We entered. The quarantine room was brighter than the hall because its backup battery still powered the cold cabinets and one strip of LED lights. Metal shelving lined the left wall. On the right were 2 lab benches, a sink, a sealed waste bin, and a refrigerator humming with precious normality. The air smelled of bleach and wet cardboard. There were 3 crates on the intake shelf. None of them were Voss. Morgan checked the logbook. Her finger moved down the page, stopped, moved back up. The Voss crate was logged at 5:42 p.m. yesterday, she said, by me. The caller's words pressed against my skull. Ask Morgan Hale what she signed yesterday. Morgan swallowed. I signed intake receipt. I did not approve display transfer. But the plants are in Bay C, Leo said. I know where the plants are, Leo. Owen examined the shelf. Could it have been moved after you left? The log would show entry. He pointed at the keypad panel inside the door. Does it still log if the network is down? Yes, locally. Morgan tapped the small screen beside the interior panel. It showed the most recent entries. 7:51 a.m. Leo Serrano. Before that, 2:02 a.m. Elaine Merritt. Morgan whispered, no. Leo leaned over. Merritt came in at 2. Owen wrote it down. Morgan flipped through the paper log with increasing force. No manual sign-in, no transfer form, no release notation. So Merritt moved the vase crate, I asked. Morgan shook her head, but not like she disagreed, like she was trying to knock the fact loose. She wouldn't do it herself. She doesn't handle live material. Maybe she didn't, Owen said. He pointed to the corner near the waste bin. A smear of brown liquid marked the floor, half cleaned with a towel that had been shoved behind the bin. Beside it lay a torn strip of packing tape printed with the Voss logo. The Voss crate had been here. It had leaked here. Someone had moved it, staged the specimens in Bay C, hidden the crate behind the service panel, and left no normal paper trail. Then the quarantine room door closed behind us. Not slammed, just swung shut with hydraulic patience and clicked. Leo turned. That lock's from the outside. Morgan went to the handle. No, she pushed. The door did not open. Owen tried next, harder. Nothing. Morgan punched the interior release button. It clicked, flashed green, but the latch did not disengage. Mechanical jam, Owen said. Or someone locked us in, Leo said. Don't. I'm not saying ghost, Leo snapped. I'm saying person. The room seemed to shrink with that distinction. Owen put his shoulder into the door. Once, twice. The second hit boomed down the corridor, but the steel held. His bad knee buckled slightly, and he grabbed the frame with a hiss. Stop, I said. You'll hurt yourself. I'm aware. Morgan moved to the landline mounted by the bench. She lifted the receiver. Dial tone. Relief crossed her face so fast it hurt to see. She dialed 911. The line clicked, then gave 3 rising tones. A recorded voice said, "We're sorry, your call cannot be completed as dialed." Morgan stared at the phone. Owen took it and dialed again. Same recording. He tried the conservatory main office. Busy signal. Attempt 2 had failed, but not completely. We had answers now. The official Voss crate was gone. Merritt's code had opened quarantine at 2:02 a.m. Someone had cleaned a spill. The phone line worked enough to lie to us, which meant the problem was not simple dead power. Morgan gripped the edge of the bench with both hands. I signed the receipt yesterday because Merritt told me the donor would pull funding if we delayed. The shipment had provisional clearance. I wrote that the crate was intact and held in quarantine. Was it intact? Owen asked. She looked at him. I thought so. Did you open it? No, Voss's seal was unbroken. Then somebody broke it after. Leo rubbed his face, leaving a damp streak of dirt on his cheek. Why would Merritt use her own code? Owen said. Maybe she didn't. We all looked at him. Codes can be shared, stolen, observed, written down. Morgan's eyes went to Leo. He flinched. I didn't say you did. You looked, because Merritt gave you access behind my back. That's not my fault. No, but it is relevant. Hey, I said. They both stopped. My voice came out thinner than I wanted. Fighting in the locked room feels like a bad use of oxygen. The absurdity of that should have broken the tension. It didn't. The vent above the door rattled once. Then a voice came through it. Hello, we froze. The vent grill was small, connected to the service hallway duct. Owen lifted a finger to his lips and stepped beneath it. The voice came again, muffled, male. Morgan, Claire. Anyone in there? Leo whispered. Arthur, Owen mouthed. No. I recognized it a second later. It was the catering driver, the one who slipped at the Orchid House entrance. My name's Ben, he called. Security guy told me to wait, but the hallway door closed and I can't find anybody. There's water coming from under one of the doors. Owen raised his voice. Ben, listen carefully. We're in quarantine. Door is jammed. Are you in the service corridor? I think so. There's a bunch of pipes and a sign that says propagation. Good, Owen said. You see the quarantine door? A pause. Footsteps outside. Yeah, do not touch the keypad. Look at the latch. Is anything blocking it? Metal scraped faintly. Ben said, there's a zip tie. Owen's face changed. Cut it, he said. With what? Keys, knife, anything. I deliver cheese plates, man. Leo dug in his pockets. Tell him there's pruning shears on the cart. The cart is with us, I said. No, the red straps. I dropped a cutter by the orchid door, maybe. Owen ignored us. Ben, listen. Go back toward the orchid house. On the prep table inside the service entrance, there may be shears. Don't enter Bay C, don't touch any crates. Bring the shears back. Ben was silent. Then, there's someone down that way. All the air left the room. Owen looked up at the vent. Who? I don't know. I saw them cross the hall. Gray coat, maybe. They went toward the greenhouse. Morgan whispered, Merritt. Ben's voice dropped. Should I hide? Before Owen could answer, the overhead lead strip flickered. Once. Twice. Then died. The quarantine room fell into emergency gloom, lit only by Owen's flashlight and the green glow of the keypad screen through the window. Leo made a sound like he had bitten his tongue. Morgan whispered, battery backup shouldn't fail. A mechanical hum started beneath us. Low, heavy, wrong. The cold cabinets were shutting down. Every specimen in quarantine, every controlled sample, every sealed culture we were supposed to protect, was now sitting in warming air. Locked room was no longer just a trap. It was a clock. Ben's footsteps retreated outside. Ben, Owen called. No answer. We waited. 10 seconds. 20. Then glass broke somewhere down the corridor. A shout followed. Ben's shout. Then running. He appeared at the quarantine door window, face wide with panic, holding a pair of pruning shears in one hand. Behind him, through the narrow angle of the hall, I saw gray fabric move. Owen shouted, cut the tie. Ben fumbled with the shears. His hand slipped. He cut once, missed. Cut again. The zip tie snapped. The door released inward so suddenly Owen had to catch it with both hands. Ben stumbled inside, and Morgan grabbed him by the sleeve. Close it, she shouted. Too late. A hand reached through the opening and caught the door edge. It was gloved, gray sleeve, black nitrile glove, strong grip. Owen slammed his shoulder into the door from our side. The hand vanished with a hard thud and a muffled curse, human and close. Not a ghost, not a plant, a person. Owen shoved the door fully open and lunged into the hallway, flashlight raised. The corridor outside was empty. At the far end, toward the orchid house, the service door stood open. Beyond it, yellow emergency light spilled across wet tile, and the smell of rot came stronger than ever. Ben was bent over, hands on knees, gasping. He had a cut above one eyebrow, blood threading down the side of his face. I didn't see his face, he said. I swear I didn't. He came out of the plant room. I ran. Owen moved to the service door and looked through. His whole posture changed. What? Morgan said. He did not answer. We followed him as far as the threshold. The orchid house was empty. Bay C was not. Every orchid from the vase display had been removed from the bench, except the cream one. Pots were missing, moss torn up, irrigation tubes ripped loose and dripping. The hidden crate was gone. The staff badges were gone from our cart too. Someone had taken the evidence bags while we were trapped. On the public door, the red closure strap had been cut. Arthur Bell was no longer outside. And across the glass, written from the public side in a smear of brownish plant muck, were 4 words: MERRITTOPENS, 8:10. Morgan checked her watch. 8:31 a.m. Then, the building-wide fire alarm finally started. Not a chirp this time, but a full evacuation pulse, bright strobes flashing through the glass rooms, doors unlocking everywhere, the system forcing every remaining person toward the exits. Except the nearest exit route led through the orchid house. Behind us, the quarantine door clicked shut again. This time, we heard the lock engage from the hallway side. No retreat. The alarm changed the building. Before, the conservatory had been a place we knew too well. Staff corridors, coded doors, damp corners, bad signage. The quiet, practical geography of a place built for plants and visitors in unequal measure. Now, every strobe made it unfamiliar. White flash. Yellow emergency light. White flash. Wet leaves shining like plastic. White flash. The orchid house ahead, open and breathing rot. The fire alarm beat through the glass rooms in hard pulses. It made conversation come in pieces because nobody could hold a full sentence inside it. Owen stood at the threshold to the orchid house service entrance, one hand braced on the frame, favoring his bad knee. Blood had started to seep through his trouser leg where he had slammed into the quarantine door. Ben, the catering driver, pressed a towel to the cut over his eyebrow, blinking too much. Leo gripped the pruning shears like they were a weapon, and clearly hated that he was doing it. Morgan's face had gone pale and set, the expression she got when a plant was dying, and she had already blamed herself. I could taste the air. Rot, vinegar from broken catering jars, wet bark, warm metal. The sweet wrongness from Bay C evacuation route goes through there, Owen said. His voice came between alarm pulses. Then we don't use it, Morgan said. The rear staff exit locked behind us. Facilities corridor. Smoke doors dropped. I saw them when Ben came through. Leo looked at the orchid house. So we go through Bay C? No, I said. Everyone turned. My voice sounded small under the alarm, but it did not disappear. No one looks at the flowers. Morgan's eyes flicked toward the cream orchid still sitting on the torn display bench. It was the only vase specimen left. The large cream bloom faced the service entrance now, glossy central marking catching each strobe. It looked absurdly deliberate, like a signal lamp, like an eye, like something that knew how badly we wanted not to look. But I knew better by then. It was not knowing anything. Someone had used its shape, its placement, and our fear. We use shields, I said, carts, signs, anything. We don't give whoever this is the reaction they planned. Owen nodded once. Good. Morgan stared at me, and I saw something soften in her despite the noise. Maybe respect, maybe regret. Then Arthur Bell screamed from somewhere beyond the public path. Not a word, just a man's raw, surprised scream. It cut through the alarm so sharply that Ben dropped the towel from his forehead. Owen moved. I caught his sleeve. Wait. Another scream came, shorter this time, followed by the crash of something metal. Arthur, Morgan shouted. No answer. We entered the orchid house crouched behind the rolling cart. That was Owen's idea. He yanked the cart sideways, raised it like a moving barricade, and made Leo and me walk behind it while Morgan kept one hand on Ben's arm. The cart wobbled because one wheel had been damaged earlier, squeaking in panicked rhythm over wet tile. We kept our eyes low. Boots, drain grates, torn moss, broken glass, dripping irrigation tubes whipping gently on the floor. The cream orchids stayed above eye level. Do not look the orchids in the eye, not because they could curse you, not because they saw you, because looking made you vulnerable to whatever had been said around them. Bay C had been shredded. The missing vase orchids had left neat round holes in the moss where pots had been lifted out. The hidden crate was gone. The brown smear on the public glass streaked downward now, wet letters trembling under the alarm strobes. MERRITT OPENS AT10 beyond the public door. The tropical corridor stretched left toward admissions and right toward the palm room. It was dimmer than before, lit in flashes. Leaves shook from ventilation that had restarted badly, or only halfway, pushing air in uneven gusts. The red closure strap hung severed from the door handle like a cut seat belt. Arthur Bell was on the floor just outside the orchid house. He was alive. He lay on his side in the corridor, one hand pressed against his mouth, the other clutching his phone. A metal display sign had fallen near him. Blood ran from his nose into his collar. His tie was twisted around his throat, not tight enough to strangle him, but enough to look ridiculous and terrible. Owen crouched beside him. What happened? Arthur tried to speak and coughed instead. Morgan knelt, keeping her gaze low. Arthur, who did this? He pointed down the corridor toward the palm room. Gray coat, he managed. Took my phone. No, mine. Other phone. He had Elaine's badge. Owen's head snapped up. He had Merritt's badge. Arthur nodded, gagged, then spat blood onto the tile. That she'd open. He said she always opens. The phrase hit Morgan hard. I saw it pass through her body like an impact. Can you walk? Owen asked. Arthur nodded, then immediately shook his head. Ben whispered, my van S outside the loading dock. If we can get there, loading dock is west, Leo said. Through Service Hall. Service Hall is blocked, Owen said. Palm room to event hall to dock corridor, Morgan said. Long way around. I could picture it. From Orchid House into Tropical Corridor. Left would lead to admissions and front lobby, where visitors waited outside unlocked doors. Right led into the palm room, tall glass ceiling, central path, side door to event hall, then a service passage connecting to catering prep and the loading dock. If the intruder had gone that way with the crate and badges, he was either heading to vehicle or to the event hall. Time narrowed. The building was evacuating. Doors were unlocked. Visitors outside might enter. The missing crate, missing badges, and missing orchids could leave through the loading dock. Dr. Merritt, if she was coming, might arrive to a staged scene. Police had not been reached. Fire alarm would eventually bring responders, but not soon enough to stop someone already inside. Owen looked at Morgan. We move Arthur to the side. Then we go after him. Morgan said, no, we get everyone out. We do both if we can. That's how people die. That ship has sailed. He did not mean it cruelly, but Arthur made a small sound from the floor. Morgan flinched. I knelt beside Arthur, avoiding the blood with my gloves. Your phone, did you call anyone? He blinked at me, humiliated and furious. Elaine, voicemail. Did you reach anyone else? No, passcode. What? Your phone passcode. He took it, right? If he has your phone, he can send messages as you. Arthur stared at me. Then he gave it. Morgan looked at me. Claire. What? You're thinking. I was. For once, fear had sharpened instead of sealed me shut. If he has Merritt's badge and Arthur's phone, he can get people to open doors, I said. Or make it look like Merritt told them to. That's what the message means. Merritt opens at 10. He's using her authority, Leo said. But why the orchid eyes? A strobe flashed over Bay C. I looked at the floor, not the bloom, because we keep looking where he wants us to look. The first rule sheet, the face shield label, the orchid turning, the warning call. Every bit of it had pulled our attention to the plants, to rules, to the idea of something impossible. Meanwhile, a person moved crates, cut straps, stole evidence, trapped us in quarantine, and used Merritt's access. Morgan whispered, Nina knew. We all looked at her. She swallowed. Nina Caldwell. She coordinated volunteers for donor events. She would have known after hours access, private walkthroughs, who got codes, which doors failed safe. If she found something, Arthur groaned from the floor. It was unstable. Morgan's face hardened. Shut up, Arthur. He actually did. We dragged him behind a planter near the orchid entrance. Ben stayed with him, pressing the towel back to his face. Owen gave Ben the flashlight because Ben's hands were shaking less when they had a job. Keep pressure, Owen said. If anyone comes from admissions, shout before they get near Bay C. Ben nodded. Okay. Then Owen, Morgan, Leo, and I moved toward the palm room. No hero music. No clean courage. Just 4 tired people with wet socks, bad information, and 1 pair of pruning shears. The tropical corridor narrowed before it opened into the palm room. Plants crowded close on both sides, broad banana leaves, philodendrons climbing fake rock, bromeliads mounted high, their cups catching alarm light. Water ran along the path in thin streams from the broken irrigation line behind us. My ankle throbbed with every step. The welt on my wrist had darkened purple red. Halfway down the corridor, we found the first missing orchid. Its pot had been shoved under a bench, blooms snapped off, roots exposed. Beside it lay a plastic spray bottle with no label. Morgan picked it up, sniffed the nozzle, and jerked back. Don't breathe that. What is it? Leo asked. Probably capsaicin concentrate or pepper spray diluted in alcohol. Owen's jaw tightened. That's why Arthur's face. It clicked into place. The eyes were not the danger. Looking closely at the marked centers made people lean in. The attacker had sprayed irritant near the blooms, maybe on the petals or supports. If you put your face close, if you stared into the eye, you got a blast of pain from residue or aerosol. Panic did the rest. Slips, falls, confusion, obedience to bizarre rules. Grounded, cruel, effective. Morgan looked sick. On living tissue, it'll damage the specimens. Leo gave her a look. She closed her eyes. I know, sorry. The palm room opened ahead, vast and flashing. It was the conservatory's heart, a glass house high enough for old palms to reach upward like they were holding the roof in place. Paths looped around central beds and a small water feature. From there, the event hall doors stood to the left, admissions behind us, desert wing farther right, and a staff only catering passage beyond a pair of beige swinging doors. In the middle of the palm room, under a fishtail palm, stood Dr. Elaine Merritt. Elaine Merritt, 56, female, director of the conservatory, wore a navy raincoat over a cream blouse, her gray hair pinned with its usual brutal precision. One lens of her glasses was cracked. She held her left hand against her ribs. Her badge was gone. At her feet sat the hidden Voss crate. The gray-coated man stood behind her with one hand gripping her upper arm and the other holding a box cutter near her side. He was younger than I expected. Mid-30s, maybe, thin, white. Damp hair stuck to his forehead. His gray coat was a conservatory volunteer jacket turned inside out to hide the logo. A black mask covered his mouth and nose, not theatrical, just a respirator mask from our own supply cabinet. On the floor around the crate were the missing staff badges, arranged in a rough circle. Nina Caldwell's badge sat closest to Merritt's shoes. Morgan stopped so abruptly that Leo bumped into her back. The man turned his head. "Don't," he said. Owen raised both hands slightly. "Okay." The alarm pulsed. White flash. Yellow gloom. The man's eyes moved over us. "Where's Arthur?" "Alive," Owen said. "Unfortunate." Merritt's voice came strained but steady. "Tom, this is over." Tom. The name meant nothing to me. It meant something to Morgan. Her mouth parted. Tom Rask, 36 male, had been a contract grower from Pennsylvania who supplied rare orchids for private shows. I had seen his name on invoices, never his face. His company had disappeared from our vendor list after Nina went missing. Tom smiled behind the mask. You could see it only in his eyes. "Morgan Hale," he said. "Still signing things you don't read." Morgan recoiled like he had struck her. Merritt said, "He's lying." Tom pressed the box cutter closer. "Am I?" Owen took a careful step to the side, trying to draw Tom's focus away from Morgan. "Tom, put the blade down. We can talk." "No police. Fire alarms going." "Police or fire will come either way." "That alarm doesn't auto-dispatch from this wing," Tom said. "Not since the false alarm reset. Elaine knows. She delayed the upgrade. Donor money went to the pretty glass signs instead." Merritt shut her eyes. Morgan whispered, "Elaine." Merritt opened them. "Not now." Tom barked a laugh. "Always not now." Nina said the same thing. "Not now, Tom. Not before the preview. Not before the board meeting. Not before Elaine has a plan." My skin prickled. "I found something in a shipment?" I asked. Tom's gaze cut to me. Nina found badges, codes, after-hours access sold like favors, donors getting private access to restricted plants, specimens moved before inspection, crates relabeled when paperwork lagged. Nothing dramatic, nothing that mattered to people like them until she disappeared. "She disappeared because of you," Morgan said. The words were barely audible. Tom's grip tightened on Merritt's arm. "She disappeared because she was going to talk." Merritt said, "Tom, don't." That was when I understood Merritt was not denying enough. Tom looked at the circle of badges. "Everyone who looked away gets to look now." Leo's voice cracked. "What does that mean?" Tom nodded toward the crate. "Inside, not plants. Not anymore. Files. A soaked hard drive. Plastic bags of phones and badges. A bundle of lanyards. And beneath them, a dark-stained scarf I recognized from Nina's missing person flyer because it had been bright yellow in the photo." Morgan made a wounded sound. Tom said, "Bay C at 10. Donors, director, board, press." Elaine opens the exhibit. Everyone sees what was buried. "With pepper spray and knives," Owen said. Tom's eyes flashed. "No one listened when it was paperwork. You attacked people," Owen said. "You trapped us. And now you're listening." The terrible part was we were. Merritt's voice shook. Nina fell. Tom turned on her. "Say it. Tom, say it." The box cutter nicked her raincoat. Merritt gasped. Owen moved. Tom saw it and yanked Merritt back. Everything happened too fast and too slowly. Leo threw the pruning shears. He did not aim well, but he did not need to. They clattered against the crate, loud and sharp. Tom flinched toward the sound. Morgan lunged for Merritt's arm. Owen charged despite his knee. I grabbed the unlabeled spray bottle from Morgan's hand and squeezed. Once, twice. The mist caught Tom across the respirator and eyes. He screamed, not like Arthur. Worse, furious, animal, full of pain. He shoved Merritt away. Morgan caught her, but went down hard under the director's weight, both of them hitting the wet tile. Owen hit Tom at the shoulder, driving him into the edge of the central planter. The box cutter flashed. Owen jerked back with a grunt, clutching his forearm. Blood ran between his fingers. Tom staggered, half blind, swinging the cutter. "Back," Owen shouted. Leo tackled him from the side. They both went down. Leo's head struck the tile with a sound I still sometimes hear when a dish slips in my kitchen sink. Tom rolled on top of him, raising the cutter. I grabbed the nearest thing I could, a heavy black stanchion from the event setup. My wrist screamed when I lifted it. I swung low, not at Tom's head, but at his arm. The metal pole hit his wrist. The cutter skidded across the floor and vanished under a palm frond. Tom howled and punched backward. His elbow caught my cheekbone. White light burst across my vision, separate from the strobes. I hit the floor on my hip. For a second, I saw only shoes, water, badges. Then Morgan was there. Not Com Morgan, not Supervisor Morgan. Morgan with dirt on her face and fury in her hands. She grabbed Tom's respirator straps from behind and pulled. He clawed at it, choking, pepper residue spreading across his own face as the mask shifted. Owen, bleeding and limping, forced Tom's arm behind his back. Leo curled away, both hands over his head, making a high wounded sound. Merritt crawled to the crate. At first I thought she was helping. Then I saw her hand close around the soaked hard drive. "No," I said. She froze. For one clear second, the director of the conservatory looked not powerful, not polished, not predatory. Just old and terrified. "It'll destroy us," she whispered. Morgan stared at her. "Nina is dead." Merritt's mouth trembled. "You don't know that." Tom, pinned under Owen, laughed through coughs. "She knows." The room breathed around us. Alarm, water, human pain. Flash. Merritt let the hard drive fall back into the crate. That was the end of something. Not all of it, not the legal part, not the grief, not the rot that had been growing under paperwork and donor smiles and restricted access forms. But the performance Tom had planned broke there. He had wanted a reveal at 10, a room full of witnesses. Merritt publicly exposed under orchids marked like eyes. Maybe he had told himself that was justice. Maybe part of it was, but he had also hurt people who had not known enough, or had known too little too late. He had turned Nina's evidence into a trap. Owen got one knee into Tom's back and used zip ties from his own belt pouch to bind Tom's wrists. His hands slipped with blood. "Claire," he said through clenched teeth, "get the cutter." I crawled until my fingers found it under the fronds. I slid it away, then sat back because standing was beyond me for a moment. Ben appeared at the palm room entrance with Arthur leaning on him, both of them looking like men who had reconsidered several life choices. Behind them, through the front glass, I could see people outside pointing. One of the older women in rain jackets had her phone raised. A red fire truck turned into the drive beyond her, lights reflecting off the wet pavement. "Fire S here," Ben said, and sagged slightly, but did not let go of Tom. Tom twisted his head enough to look at the crate. Pepper tears and mucus streaked his face. "You'll bury it," he said. Morgan knelt beside the evidence, hands shaking, and began taking photos with her phone. "No," she said, "we won't." Merritt sat on the floor with one hand against her ribs, staring at Nina's badge. Leo tried to sit up and vomited onto the tile. I crawled to him. "Hey," I said, because I had nothing useful. "Hey, stay with us." My head, he whispered. I know. Did I hit him? Yeah, good. He closed his eyes. Open them, I said too quickly. Leo, open them. He did, unfocused and scared. The firefighters reached the front doors first. Then police. Then paramedics with their radios and boots and practical voices, turning our nightmare back into procedures. They cut the power fully. They opened doors manually. They separated us. They asked who was hurt, who had weapons, who needed oxygen, who knew what chemical had been sprayed. No one knew exactly. Morgan handed over the spray bottle. Owen refused to sit until a paramedic threatened to make him. Arthur kept saying, I didn't know, though no one was asking him yet. Merritt said nothing at all. Tom Rask was led out coughing, wrists bound first by Owen's zip ties and then by police cuffs. As he passed Bay C, he turned his head toward the orchid house. I followed his gaze by accident. The cream orchid was still there, alone on the ruined bench. Its glossy center reflected the emergency lights, the uniforms, the red truck outside, all of it warped into a small dark shine. Not an eye, not alive in that way, just a surface, a thing that reflected whatever people brought to it. A paramedic touched my shoulder. Miss, can you stand? I nodded. Then my knees gave out before I could prove it. Morgan caught my arm. Her grip hurt my bruised wrist, and I hissed. She let go fast. Sorry, she said. We stood there for a breath, both of us swaying. Around us, the conservatory filled with voices. Radios, boots, the clatter of a stretcher, the wet drip of broken irrigation. Outside, visitors were being moved back from the doors. Inside, Nina Caldwell's badge lay in an evidence bag on the floor beside the open crate. Morgan looked at it, then at me. I should have said no yesterday, she whispered. I thought of all the times I had almost said something and hadn't. The fogged shield, the moving bloom, the label, the feeling that wrongness was not enough unless someone else agreed. Yeah, I said, it was not kind. It was not cruel either. It was just true. The conflict ended in the palm room under flashing lights, with Tom Rask in custody and Elaine Merritt silent on the tile. But nobody looked relieved. Not really, because the orchids had never been the monster. They had only been where everyone was told to look. The paramedic asked me 3 times what I had inhaled, and 3 times I gave her a different version of the same useless answer. Something from a spray bottle. What kind of spray bottle? Unlabeled. Cleaning chemical, pesticide, pepper spray. I don't know. She had kind eyes, but no patience left for uncertainty. She clipped a pulse oximeter onto my finger, shone a light into my pupils, and told me to stop turning my head toward the palm room. I'm not, I said. You are. She was right. They had sat me on the low stone wall outside the conservatory, under the front overhang, where visitors usually shook rain off umbrellas and took pictures with the big seasonal flower beds. It had started drizzling again, a thin gray Columbus rain that turned the pavement reflective and made everyone's shoes squeak. Firefighters moved in and out through the front doors. Police tape had been stretched between 2 planters. The red truck lights pulsed across the glass walls, making the whole building look like something with a heartbeat. Leo was loaded into an ambulance first. He kept insisting he was okay, which convinced nobody. His pupils were uneven for a minute after he hit his head, and he vomited twice, once in the palm room and once into a blue hospital bag, while a paramedic held his shoulder and said, "That's all right, kid. Better out than in." He looked embarrassed more than scared until Morgan touched his hand. Then his face crumpled. "I shouldn't have thrown the shears," he said. Morgan leaned close so he could hear over the radios. Her hair had fallen out of its twist, and there was a smear of mud under one eye. "You probably saved Elaine's life. I hit the crate. You distracted him. I dropped the closure straps too. So did I, metaphorically, for most of the morning." He gave a tiny laugh that hurt him. Then he winced, and the paramedic told Morgan to step back. Owen went in the second ambulance, though it took 2 police officers and 1 very stern EMT to make that happen. The cut on his forearm was deeper than it looked at first. A clean slice from Tom Rask's box cutter that had opened the skin between wrist and elbow. It bled through the first pressure dressing. His bad knee had swollen until the fabric of his uniform strained over it. "I'm fine," he kept saying. "No, you're loud," the EMT said. "Different thing." He pointed at me with his uninjured hand as they guided him toward the ambulance. "Tell them about the zip tie." I did, and the spray bottle. I did, and Arthur's phone. "Owen," he stopped. Rain collected on his glasses. For the first time since the alarm started, he looked tired enough to be his age. "Don't let them make it about the plants," he said. Then they shut the ambulance doors. Ben refused transport at first because he still had a van full of catering trays somewhere near the loading dock and seemed to think that mattered. A police officer finally convinced him that bleeding from the head was not a business expense. Arthur Bell went to the hospital in a separate car with another board member who arrived too late to be useful and early enough to look horrified for local news cameras. Arthur did not look at any of us as he left. Dr. Elaine Merritt sat in the back of a police cruiser for nearly 20 minutes before anyone took her statement. Not arrested. Not yet. Just separated. She held a chemical ice pack against her ribs and stared through the windshield at the building she had run for 17 years. Without her badge and with one lens of her glasses cracked, she looked smaller, but not harmless. That distinction stayed with me. People can be injured and still responsible. People can be afraid and still guilty. I learned that sitting on wet stone with a bruised cheek and my hands shaking around a paper cup of water I could barely swallow. Morgan gave her statement standing up. A detective named Paula Keene, 42, female, with a black raincoat and a tired, precise way of asking questions, walked Morgan through the timeline twice. Morgan told the truth in the same voice she used for specimen notes. Intake receipt signed at 5:42 p.m. Voss crate logged into quarantine. Provisional clearance noted. No approved transfer to display. Power failure. Hidden crate. Staff badges. Merit code at 2:02 a.m. locked quarantine door. Tom Rask. When Detective Keene asked what Morgan had signed yesterday, Morgan's mouth tightened. I signed that the crate arrived intact and would remain in quarantine pending full inspection, she said. I did not verify the contents beyond the exterior seal. Why not? Morgan looked toward the front doors. Behind the glass, firefighters moved like shadows among the palms. Because my director told me the paperwork was sufficient, she said. Because there was donor pressure. Because I wanted the problem to move off my desk. The detective wrote that down. That was one of the worst parts, honestly. Not the big revelations, the small admissions, the ordinary cowardices dressed as procedure. My own statement took longer because I kept circling back, trying to make the order make sense. The fogged face shield, The rule sheet, the early misting system, the warning call, the crate, the badges, the orchid turning toward me. Detective Keene stopped writing at that last part. Turning, I rubbed the heel of my hand against my good eye. It was on a support wire. The fans were cycling weird. The mist hit unevenly. Someone could have adjusted it. I don't mean it moved by itself. She studied me, not unkindly. But it felt that way. Yes, she wrote something shorter than what I said. By noon, the conservatory was closed due to a facilities emergency. That was the first public statement. By late afternoon, after reporters got footage of Tom Rask being taken out in handcuffs and 2 ambulances leaving the property, it became an active investigation related to prior irregularities in restricted plant handling. By evening, Nina Caldwell's name was back in the news. I learned most of that from the emergency department waiting area at Grant Medical Center, where Morgan and I sat 3 plastic chairs apart with our discharge papers in our laps. My cheekbone was bruised but not broken. My wrist was sprained. My ankle was swollen enough that the doctor told me to stay off it, and then handed me instructions that assumed I lived a life where staying off anything was realistic. Morgan had a bruised shoulder from catching Merritt, a cut on her palm she did not remember getting, and what the discharge sheet called acute stress reaction, which seemed like a very clean phrase for the way she kept staring at her hands. Lee had a concussion. Owen needed stitches and imaging on his knee. Ben got 6 stitches above his eyebrow. Arthur had a broken nose, chemical irritation to both eyes, and according to a nurse who should not have told us, but did, enough energy to demand a private room. Merritt was treated under police supervision. Tom Rask was treated too. Irritant exposure, wrist fracture, bruised ribs from Owen taking him down. Then he went into custody. That was how the day ended officially. Unofficially, it did not end. 2 days later, police searched a rented storage unit in Grove City tied to Tom Rask. They found copies of intake logs, donor event maps, staff schedules, old access cards, and several sealed evidence bags he had made himself, labeled in black marker with dates and names. They also found Nina Caldwell's phone, damaged but recoverable, and a set of clothes wrapped in plastic. A week after that, divers searched a retention pond near a service road south of Alum Creek. I will not describe what they found, except to say that Nina came home in the only way left available. The papers called Tom a whistleblower once, early on, before the police released enough details to make that word uncomfortable. After that, they called him a suspect, then a former vendor. Then, once charges were filed, a defendant. He had been seeing Nina. That came out slowly, through text messages and interviews, and the grim little machine of public record. She had been gathering evidence of improper donor access and uninspected specimen transfers. Merritt had known about some of it and minimized it. Arthur had benefited from it and pretended not to understand the details. Several board members had treated quarantine rules like velvet ropes at a museum fundraiser. Inconvenient, flexible, meant for other people. Nina had planned to report it. Tom claimed she fell during an argument near the loading dock after a late event, hit her head, and died before he could get help. He said panic made him hide her body and spend 6 months building a public confession for everyone else. The prosecutor did not find that persuasive. Neither did Morgan. I don't know what I believe about that part. I know only that Nina was dead, and a lot of people had used the uncertainty around her disappearance like insulation. The conservatory remained closed for 12 days. When staff were allowed back, Bay C was stripped to bare benches and disinfected. The vase specimens were removed as evidence or destroyed, depending on contamination testing. The cream orchid survived, which offended me in a way I cannot justify. It had not done anything. It was a plant. A stressed, mishandled, chemically exposed plant with damaged roots and a beautiful, unsettling bloom. Still, when I saw it on the quarantine bench, tagged and isolated, I had to look away. Morgan found me there. She had not come back as senior horticulturist, not officially. She was on administrative leave pending investigation by her own request, but Detective Keene had cleared her to retrieve personal items and assist with identifying plant material. She stood in the doorway with a cardboard box tucked under one arm. "You don't have to be in here," she said. I turned too quickly and my ankle complained. "Neither do you." "No." She looked around the quarantine room. "I suppose not." The room had been cleaned so thoroughly it smelled like bleach and nothing else. The torn tape was gone. The spill was gone. The logbook had been taken by police. A new temporary keypad had been installed, this time with two-factor access, and a camera pointed directly at the door. The old staff shortcuts had vanished overnight, as if policies changed faster when lawyers were nearby. Morgan set her box on the bench. "I resigned this morning," she said. "I did not know what to say, so I said the plainest thing. I'm sorry. I'm not sure you should be." She opened the box and placed her 2 pencils inside it, then her mug, then a small framed photo of a greenhouse in England. Her hands trembled once when she picked up the photo. She pressed them flat against the bench until they stopped. "I keep thinking about the receipt," she said. "Morgan, no, let me say it." She looked at the isolated orchid, but not at its center. Tom did what he did. Elaine did what she did. Arthur did what he did. But I signed a document because it was easier than making Elaine angry. The bleach smell burned the back of my throat. "I didn't speak up either," I said. "You did eventually. So did you." Eventually is a dangerous word in our line of work. That sounded like something a person says when they have been repeating it to themselves for days. I stepped beside her. The cream orchid sat behind a clear acrylic shield now, not because anyone believed in Rule 3, but because chemical residue testing was still ongoing. Its petals had browned at the edges. The glossy center had dulled. A plain white label stuck from the potting medium. Specimen 4, hold pending investigation, no jokes. No rules, no eyes. Morgan lifted her box again. "Leo asked about you." "He did. He texted me 6 skull emojis and then asked if you were alive." "That sounds medically concerning." "He's concussed. It's allowed." For the first time, she smiled, barely. Then it was gone. At the door, she paused. "Claire." "Yeah. When something feels wrong next time, say it sooner." I wanted to answer lightly. Something like, "That's your grand wisdom." But my throat tightened, and the joke died before it reached my mouth. "I will," I said. I meant it. The conservatory reopened 3 weeks later, with reduced hours, new security, and a temporary exhibit about pollinator mimicry that had clearly been assembled by people terrified of sounding interesting. The donor preview was canceled permanently. Dr. Merritt resigned before the board could vote. Arthur Bell stepped down from the development committee, citing health, and family priorities, which made Owen laugh so hard over the phone that he had to stop because his stitches hurt. Owen did not return to work either, not full-time. His knee needed surgery, and his wife, whom I had never met, apparently used the incident as final proof that he should stop guarding flowers for people with more money than sense. He came by once to drop off paperwork and stood outside the orchid house with his cane, looking through the glass. "Smells better," he said. "It's empty. That'll do it." Leo came back in June, against everyone's advice, with a doctor's note and a new helmet sticker on his water bottle that said I fought a botanical crime ring, and all I got was this concussion. He moved slower for a while. Loud noises bothered him. He stopped apologizing to plants when he bumped them, but only because he said they had lost the moral high ground. As for me, I stayed. That surprises people when I tell them. It surprised me too, but plants were never the problem. Not really. The problem was all the human rot around them. Ambition, fear, shortcuts, money, silence. Those things grow anywhere if the room stays warm and nobody opens a window. On my first opening shift after the reopening, I walked into the orchid house alone at 6:55 a.m. The new fans hummed evenly. The misting system waited for its proper schedule. Every staff entry had to be logged. Every crate required 2 signatures. Every access panel had a numbered seal. The public path had been cleaned. Bay C was empty except for a laminated sign explaining that the display was temporarily unavailable. I stood there with my face shield tucked under one arm and listened. Water moved in pipes. A fan belt hummed. Somewhere outside the glass, a truck backed up with 3 flat beeps. Normal sounds, almost. On the prep table, beside the anti-fog spray, lay a white plant label. For a second, my whole body locked. Then I saw the handwriting. Leo's messy print. "Remember to eat lunch, idiot." I laughed so hard I had to sit down on an overturned bucket. After that, I checked the drawers, the locks, the access panel seals, the quarantine log. I made my rounds carefully, saying the things that needed saying into the staff radio, even when they sounded small. Bay irrigation pressure looks low. Service panel seal intact. Unknown odor near propagation, likely fertilizer spill. No one teased me. Near the end of the shift, I passed quarantine and saw the cream orchid through the acrylic shield. It had dropped its damaged bloom. Only the stem remained, green and plain, clipped to a support wire. No eye, no face, just tissue, water, light. I was about to move on when I noticed the pot label had been turned around. Not removed, not rewritten, just rotated so the blank back faced the glass. Inside the shielded enclosure, no one was supposed to have touched it without signing the log. I checked the clipboard. No entry. I stood there a long time. Then I radioed it in. Not because I believed the orchid had moved. Not because I believed in rules written by frightened people on printer paper. Because someone had turned that label. And that was enough. And that's the end of today's chilling tale. If you enjoyed this story and want more nights full of suspense, don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on the bell so you never miss a scare. I've got plenty more stories waiting for you, so stick around and check out the other videos on the channel. Thanks for watching, and until next time, stay safe and don't look behind you. Welcome back to Mia Horror Stories. Tonight's tale, My Gym's Sauna Has a Set of Rules Written in Blood, is best experienced in the dark, which is why the screen will stay black. No distractions, no flashing images, just you, your imagination, and the story. So sit back, relax, and listen all the way to the end if you dare. The first thing I noticed was the tape. Not blood, not screams, not some shape moving behind the frosted glass. Just a strip of yellow caution tape stuck across the sauna door at CrossFit adjacent eye level, peeling at one corner because the heat from inside had softened the glue. It sagged in the middle like someone had hung it in a hurry. Behind it, the little cedar room steamed away as usual, orange light glowing through the narrow window, the thermostat clicking and sighing like an old man in his sleep. Somebody had written on the tape in black marker, "Do not use maintenance except the sauna was running." I'm Owen Merritt, 32, male, and I had been coming to HarborFit in South Boston for exactly 11 weeks, which was long enough to know the difference between a real maintenance problem and the kind of maintenance, note, the staff put up when they didn't want to deal with something before close. I worked as a logistics coordinator for a seafood distributor near the seaport, meaning most of my day was spreadsheets, diesel fumes, and men named Sully calling me from trucks to tell me a shipment of scallops was somehow both late and early depending on which dock you asked. The gym was my attempt to become the kind of person who did not eat gas station breakfast sandwiches in his car at 6:20 a.m. also. If I'm being honest, it was my attempt to stop feeling like my body was a rental I had already damaged. That night, a wet Thursday in late February, I had pushed too hard on deadlifts because a guy half my age had loaded 4 plates and made it look easy. I'd felt a little bright pinch in my lower back on the last set, then pretended I hadn't. Pride is stupid. Pride with gym mirrors is even worse. So I went looking for the sauna because heat had always made me feel temporarily forgiven. HarborFit sat on the second floor of a brick building on West Broadway, above a dentist's office and a poke bowl place that always smelled faintly of sesame oil. The gym had big windows facing the street, but the locker rooms were buried in the back, past the turf strip, past the vending machine full of protein drinks with names like Rebuild and Beast Mode. Back there, the air changed, cleaner, wetter, chlorine from the little plunge pool nobody used, lavender detergent from the towel bins. The rubber matting gave under your shoes with a soft, tacky squeak. I stood there in my towel, sweat cooling on my shoulders, reading the tape. You waiting for permission. That was Marcus Bell, 41, male, the evening front desk manager, though he spent more time wandering the floor than sitting up front. Marcus had the compact build of a former boxer and the careful politeness of a man who had learned early that keeping his voice calm could stop other people from raising theirs. He was carrying a stack of gray towels against his chest. A radio clipped to his waistband hissed quietly with static. I pointed at the sauna door. Is it broken? Marcus looked at the tape, then at the orange light behind the glass. His mouth tightened. Supposed to be off, he said. It's not. Yeah, I see that. He shifted the towels under one arm and opened the little wall panel beside the door where the sauna controls sat behind a plastic cover. The display read 184 degrees F in green digits. He tapped the power button once. Nothing changed. Tapped it again harder. The digits flickered, went blank, then returned. 184 degrees F from inside the sauna came a dry wooden pop, the kind cedar makes when heat swells it. Marcus exhaled through his nose. I told Ben to kill the breaker. Ben, maintenance contractor, comes Thursdays. The hallway lights above us buzzed. Somewhere out on the gym floor, a medicine ball slammed down, and a woman laughed too loudly after missing a rep. Normal sounds, human sounds. They made the warm glow behind the glass feel more irritating than frightening, like a printer jam at work when you're already late. A woman stepped out of the showers behind us, hair wrapped in a white towel, phone in hand. She slowed when she saw us blocking the hallway. This was Nina Caldwell, 29, female, a physical therapist from Cambridge who trained at Harborfit 3 nights a week and had a habit of correcting strangers' form in the gentlest possible way, which somehow made it harder to be annoyed at her. I knew her because she had once stopped me mid-kettlebell swing and saved my spine from whatever revenge I had planned against it. "What happened?" she asked. "Sauna's down," Marcus said. Nina glanced at the tape, then the light. "It looks aggressively not down. Electrical issue." "That's comforting." Marcus didn't smile. "I'm going to check the breaker." He moved past us toward the staff door at the end of the hall, then stopped and looked back at me. "Don't go in there." I raised both hands. Wasn't planning to. That was almost true. The thing about private fears is they rarely arrive dressed up as fears. Mine came dressed as inconvenience, as embarrassment, as the hot little shame of not wanting to be seen backing away from something harmless. I have never liked small hot rooms. I know, strange confession from a guy who used a sauna after every workout. But there's a difference between disliking something and letting it own you. When I was 7, my older cousin locked me in a laundry closet during a family party in Worcester, just for a joke, just for maybe 3 minutes. But the dryer had been running, and the room smelled like lint and bleach and hot metal. I remembered the wall against my palm. I remembered pounding until my throat hurt. I remembered adults opening the door laughing at first, then not laughing when they saw my face. So I used saunas like some people touch airplane doors before flying. A dumb ritual. Proof I could sit in heat and leave whenever I wanted. Nina must have seen something on my face because she tilted her head. "You okay?" "Yeah, just sore, lower back." "That obvious. You're standing like a folding chair." I laughed once, a little more loudly than necessary. "Deadlifts, of course." She stepped closer to the sauna door and peered through the narrow, fogged glass. The inside was mostly blur, cedar benches, orange light, a pale wash of steam near the rocks. No person, no movement. "Why tape it and leave it on?" she said, mostly to herself. The locker room door opened, and a rush of cooler air moved through the hallway. A kid came in wearing a Harborfit hoodie and carrying a mop bucket that rattled on its wheels. Caleb Russo, 19, male, part-time closing staff, college freshman, and the kind of person who always looked guilty, even when holding cleaning supplies. His brown hair was damp with sweat, and one earbud hung against his neck, tinny music leaking out. He stopped when he saw the tape. "Oh," he said. Marcus's voice echoed faintly from behind the staff door. Caleb flinched. "Yeah, did Ben come back here?" Caleb looked at Nina, then me, as if hoping one of us would answer for him. "He was here earlier." "Did he shut the sauna off?" "I thought he did." Marcus appeared again, no longer carrying towels. His radio crackled, a burst of unintelligible syllables, then went dead. "You thought," Caleb swallowed. He said he was going to. He put the tape up and told me not to let anyone use it. And where is he? I don't know. He left. Marcus stared at the control panel. He didn't sign out. The hallway seemed to shrink around that sentence, not in some dramatic way, but in the practical way adults become quiet when a normal system fails. A contractor signs in, does work, signs out. A door gets taped because something is unsafe. Power is cut when it's supposed to be cut. Small boxes, checked or unchecked. Nina asked, "What was wrong with it?" Caleb rubbed the back of his neck. He said someone complained the door latch was sticking. I looked at the sauna handle. It was a simple wood pull on the outside, metal latch plate on the frame, nothing fancy, no lock. Inside, there would be another handle. Saunas are not supposed to trap people. That's the whole point. Marcus stepped forward and pulled gently on the door. It didn't open. He frowned and tried again, harder. The tape stretched but didn't snap. The latch made a soft, stubborn click. "Maybe it swelled," Nina said. Marcus peeled the tape off with one hand and pulled again. The door gave maybe a 1/4 inch and stopped. From inside came another wooden pop, then something else. A sound like a palm sliding down wet glass. All 4 of us froze. Nobody said anything for a second, which made the gym noise outside the hallway seem suddenly staged and distant. Weights clanking, a treadmill belt humming, someone counting reps under their breath. The sauna window was fogged, except for one long smear that had appeared from the inside, vertical and uneven. Caleb whispered, "Is someone in there?" Marcus grabbed the handle with both hands and yanked. "Hey, if someone's inside, step back from the door." No answer. He yanked again. The frame creaked. The caution tape, still stuck at one edge, fluttered. Nina moved closer. "Can you see anything?" I leaned toward the glass before I could stop myself. The heat coming off the door pressed against my face. Cedar minerals. That baked, papery smell saunas get when they've been running too long. Through the smear in the fog, I saw bench slats, the heater cage, a wooden ladle hanging from its peg. No body, no face. But on the lower bench, something dark lay folded or crumpled near the corner. "Maybe a towel," I said. My voice sounded thin. Marcus took out his phone. "I'm calling Ben." He put it on speaker. The ringtone buzzed bright and cheerful in the wet hallway. Once, twice, 3 times. Then from somewhere inside the sauna, very faintly, another phone began vibrating. Not ringing, vibrating. A low, frantic buzz against wood. Caleb whispered something I didn't catch. Marcus ended the call. The buzzing stopped. Nina's face changed. Not panic, assessment. She was a medical person before anything else. "Open it." "I'm trying," Marcus said. "Can you break the latch? We have tools in the office." "Then get them." Marcus looked at Caleb. "Run to the front desk. Get the emergency kit and the red bolt cutters from under the coat rack." "Bolt cutters," Caleb said, voice cracking. "Move," Caleb ran. His sneakers squealed on the matting. Nina turned to me. "Owen, go tell someone to call 911. Marcus shook his head. "Not yet. We don't know. We know someone's phone is inside a sauna that won't open." Her tone stayed level, but it had a blade in it. "Call now." Marcus hesitated. I understood the hesitation, hated that I understood it. Businesses don't like emergency calls. People don't like becoming the person who overreacted. Nobody wants firefighters stomping through a gym because a contractor left his phone in a hot room and a door got sticky. But Nina had already taken her own phone out. She glanced at me. "Front desk. Tell them possible person trapped in sauna, Harborfit, South Boston, 2nd floor. Ask for fire and EMS." My mouth had gone dry. I nodded and turned. I made it 3 steps before the sauna heater clicked off. The orange light inside stayed on, but the mechanical hum faded. The sudden absence of it was physical, like pressure lifting from the hallway. The green display on the control panel blinked once. 184 degrees F, then it changed. 183 degrees F. Marcus stared at it. Breaker finally tripped. Good, Nina said. Still needed open. I should have kept going. That would have been sensible. Instead, I looked back through the small smeared window one more time. The crumpled dark thing on the lower bench had shifted. Or maybe the fog had. Or maybe my brain, primed by a vibrating phone and a locked door, arranged shapes into meaning. But I saw a shoe. Black work boot. Toe angled sideways. Heel pressed against the cedar wall. The kind a maintenance contractor might wear. Marcus, I said. He followed my gaze. His expression emptied out. The hallway door banged open as Caleb came back with bolt cutters clutched in both hands and a red nylon emergency bag over his shoulder. Behind him came another member, a broad-shouldered woman in leggings and a Bruin sweatshirt. This was Erin Voss, 36, female, an off-duty EMT from Quincy who lifted at Harborfit after 12-hour shifts and carried herself like someone who had seen people do every possible dumb thing to their bodies. She had been at the water fountain when Caleb blurted out something about a trapped guy and apparently decided that was enough to get involved. "What have we got?" Erin asked. "Possible unconscious person in sauna," Nina said. "Door stuck. Heat was at 184. How long?" Nobody answered. That was the worst part, not knowing. Minutes mattered in heat. Everyone knew that in a vague article you once read way. But Erin knew it in a way that made her jaw set. She pressed her fingers to the sauna door near the latch and pulled them back quickly. Hot. Marcus took the bolt cutters, then realized there was nothing to cut. The latch plate was recessed. The hinges were on the inside. The door opened outward, but only if the latch released. "Crowbar?" Erin asked. "Office," Marcus said. Caleb looked like he might be sick. "I can get it. Go." He ran again. Nina had 911 on the line now, speaking clearly. "Yes, possible person trapped inside a gym sauna. Door cannot be opened. Sauna was actively heated. Address is 412 West Broadway, 2nd floor. We have an off-duty EMT on scene." The words made it real in a way the boot had not. Marcus crouched and examined the bottom of the door. Sweat ran down his temple, though he hadn't been working out. "Ben told me he fixed this latch last month." Erin snapped. "Who's Ben?" "Contractor." "The one inside." Marcus didn't answer. The heater ticked as it cooled. Water dripped somewhere in the showers behind us, irregular and loud. Plink, pause, plink. The overhead vent pushed warm air down the hall instead of clearing it. I became aware that I was standing there in flip-flops and a towel like an idiot while other people did useful things. "I'll go downstairs," I said. "Flag responders." Nina nodded without looking away from the door. I turned again, and that's when the sauna light flickered. Once, twice, then steadied. From inside came a muffled thump, not loud, not theatrical. A dull knock of weight against wood. Erin stepped forward. "Hey, can you hear me?" "Knock twice if you can hear me." Nothing. Then another thump. Lower this time. Nina covered the phone. Could be him moving. Could be heat expansion, Marcus said, but his voice had no conviction. Caleb returned with a short pry bar, paint chipped blue at the end. Marcus wedged it near the latch and pushed. The door groaned but held. Erin joined him, one hand braced on the frame, the muscles in her forearm standing out. Nina kept talking to dispatch, calm and precise. I watched them strain, and I watched the little window cloud over again, erasing the boot. Something about that erasure did it. The old laundry closet feeling came up through my ribs. Hot walls, no air, adults outside laughing, then not laughing. My skin prickled with sweat that had nothing to do with the gym. "Move," I said. Marcus glanced back. "What? I can help." "You're barefoot. I'm in flip-flops." "That's not better." But there was no time to argue about footwear. I grabbed the towel bin beside the showers, dragged it over, and braced it under the pry bar to change the angle, because I'd spent enough years around loading docks to know sometimes force mattered less than leverage. Marcus understood instantly. He reset the bar. Erin pushed at the frame. I leaned my weight down. The latch screamed. A bright metal sound, awful against the tile. The door jumped open half an inch. A wave of heat rolled out through the crack, wet and cedar thick. Under it was another smell, faint but wrong. Iron, not fresh blood exactly. More like a penny held too long in a sweaty hand. Erin shouted through the gap. "Sir, can you move away from the door?" No response. Marcus tried to pull it wider, but the door stuck again. Not at the latch this time. Something inside was blocking it. A body, probably. We all knew. The choice arrived there, ugly and simple. Wait for firefighters with proper gear. Maybe 2 or 3 minutes away, if traffic on Broadway behaved. Or force the door now and risk hurting whoever was slumped against it. Nina relayed the situation to dispatch. Erin listened, eyes on the gap. Marcus kept one hand on the handle, breathing hard. Caleb stood at the end of the hall with both hands over his mouth. I looked through the narrow opening. At first, I saw only steam curling out in threads. Then the lower part of the inside wall came into focus. There were words on the cedar. Not many, just a few lines, written low beside the bench in dark red-brown strokes that had run slightly with condensation. The handwriting was uneven, hurried. I could not read all of it through the crack. Only the first line. Rule 1, do not let it look locked. Erin said, "We need to decide." And the 4 of us stood there in the hot hallway, with sirens beginning somewhere far down West Broadway, choosing whether to wait or pull harder. The sirens sounded closer than they were. That's the thing about city blocks. Noise bounces. It comes at you from the brick fronts and parked cars and wet pavement, until you can't tell if help is one turn away or stuck behind 3 garbage trucks on Dorchester Avenue. Down the hall, beyond the locker room door, someone on the gym floor shouted, "What's going on?" And somebody else said, "Is that for us?" Erin had her ear near the sauna crack, not touching the door because the wood was still too hot. "Sir, Ben, if you can hear me, make any sound." Nothing. Nina repeated into her phone, possible adult male trapped, unknown consciousness. Sauna temperature was 184 Fahrenheit. We have partial access, but obstruction behind the door. Dispatch said something I couldn't hear. Nina's face tightened. Understood. Fire is en route. We're trying not to move him unless we have to. Marcus still had one hand on the sauna handle and one on the frame, like he could physically hold the situation in place. We should wait. Erin looked at him. We might not have that. Firefighters have wedges, tools, gear. If he's leaning against the door and we force it, we could break something. If he's leaning against the door, He's already in serious trouble. Heat leaking through the gap made the hallway feel like it had a fever. It carried that iron smell with it, faint and stubborn under the cedar, and every breath had texture. My lower back pulsed where I had strained it earlier. My hands were slick from sweat. I kept staring at the words on the wall, at the line I could read, and the darker smudges below it I couldn't. Rule 1. Do not let it look locked. The phrase was nonsense, but not the fun kind of nonsense. It sounded like someone trying to describe a problem while half conscious. Caleb stood by the shower entrance, holding the red emergency bag he'd brought, but hadn't opened. His eyes were fixed on the gap. I was supposed to check, he said. Marcus glanced over. What? Ben told me not to let anyone use it. I was supposed to check before close. His voice was small, all the fake swagger gone. I was cleaning the spin room. I forgot. Nina lowered the phone from her ear for 1 second. Leb, listen to me. Guilt later, bag now, open it. He blinked, then dropped to a knee and unzipped it. Gauze packs, gloves, a CPR mask, instant cold packs, emergency blanket. The useful things you hope are decorative until they are. Aaron pointed. Gloves, towels, water bottles. Get as many as you can. Owen, front desk, still needs to know to keep people out of this hallway. I'll do it, I said, but I didn't move fast. The old memory had hooked into me now. Hot air, a closed door, adults outside. My brain kept trying to put me inside that sauna, on the floor, cheek against cedar, mouth full of air too dry to breathe. I hated that my body wanted to leave, while someone else might be dying 10 feet away. Nina saw me hesitate. Owen, yeah, I'm going. I pushed through the locker room door into the gym. The main floor looked obscene in its normalcy. Blue-white fluorescent light. Rows of dumbbells shining with disinfectant. A TV over the treadmills showing a basketball game with the sound off. 2 guys by the squat racks craned their necks toward the back, phones in hand. A woman in cycling shoes stood halfway clipped out of one pedal, frowning. At the front desk, a college-aged employee I'd seen before, but didn't know was standing with both hands on the counter, looking toward the sirens. This was Paige Ellman, 22, female, another part-time staff member, red ponytail, silver nose ring, and the anxious efficiency of someone who had memorized every policy manual, but never expected to need one. When I told her what was happening, her face went pale enough that her freckles looked darker. Marcus didn't radio me, she said. Radio died. Of course it did. Lock the hallway down. No members back there. Fire and EMS are coming. She grabbed the desk phone, then stopped. Do we evacuate? I looked around at 20 or so people pretending not to listen. I don't know. That was the honest answer, and it landed badly. One of the squat rack guys said, Is there a fire? No, I said. Then why are there sirens? Paige found her voice. Everyone, please move toward the lobby area and keep the walkway clear. Emergency services are on the way. You are not in danger, but we need space. People hate vague instructions during emergencies. They hear not in danger and immediately start measuring the exits. A few grabbed bags. Someone muttered, Jesus. The treadmill woman stepped off and almost tripped because she forgot the belt was still moving. I saw my own reflection in the front windows. Bare legs, damp t-shirt I'd dragged over my towel, flip-flops, face drawn tight. Not a helper, not a hero. A guy who should have been at home icing his back. A heavy thud came from the rear hallway. Every head turned. Then Marcus shouted, muffled through the locker room door. Owen, I ran back. The sauna door was open maybe 4 inches now. Aaron had one shoulder against the frame, and Marcus had both hands on the handle, but neither was pulling. Nina had moved closer to the gap, phone wedged between shoulder and ear, her free hand held up to keep Caleb back. What happened? I asked. Door shifted, Aaron said. Something inside slid. Through the crack, I could see the boot again. More of it now. Black leather, sole-worn gray at the edge. A pant leg bunched above it. The foot was limp. Ben, Marcus shouted. Ben, can you hear me? No answer. Nina said into the phone. We can visualize part of one lower extremity. No response to verbal stimuli. Dispatch again. Nina listened. Aaron looked at me. We need airflow. The heater's off, Marcus said. Heat stays. He's still baking in there. She took a towel from Caleb, wrapped it around her hand, and tried to reach through the gap toward the lower part of the door. She pulled back almost immediately. Too tight, Marcus said. We wait for fire. Aaron rounded on him. He could be having heat stroke. Brain damage doesn't wait for a ladder truck. And crushing him helps how? The argument was quiet, but sharp, made worse by everyone knowing both of them were right. Nina cut in. We need information. Marcus, does this sauna have any other access? Service panel. Vent. Marcus stared at the wall as if the answer might appear there. There's a vent into the mechanical closet behind it. Big enough. For air, not a person. Where? He pointed toward the staff door. Through there. Utility closet backs onto the sauna wall. Aaron said, can we get water or cool air through it? Maybe. Then go. Marcus hesitated, looking at the door. Marcus, Nina said, you are most useful if you can get us access behind the sauna. That did it. He grabbed his key ring and went to the staff door. I followed without being asked, partly because I could still hear that thump, and partly because leaving the sauna door felt like stepping away from a cliff edge. Marcus unlocked the staff door with hands that shook just enough to make the keys chatter. Inside was a narrow corridor of employee clutter, extra mats, a vacuum, cardboard boxes of branded shaker bottles, a bulletin board with shift schedules, and a laminated sheet that said Incident Report Procedure in friendly blue font. The utility closet was at the end. Marcus unlocked that too. Heat hit us before the door was fully open. Not sauna heat exactly. Mechanical heat. Dust, electrical plastic, hot pipes. The closet was cramped, lit by one bare bulb. Breaker panel filled one wall. The back of the sauna heater had a metal service box with conduit running into it. Above that, near the ceiling, was a rectangular vent grill about 8 inches high and maybe 16 wide. Marcus flipped a switch on the wall fan. It coughed, spun once, then stopped. Great, he said. I pointed at the breaker panel. Which one's sauna? He scanned labels. Half were neat printed stickers. Half were faded handwriting. Lockers, showers, sauna steam. HVAC 2. Unknown. Ben should have cut this, Marcus muttered. Should we? He opened the panel. It looks off. The breaker marked sauna steam was halfway between positions. Not fully tripped, not fully off, I said. Is that bad? It's not good. He pushed it to off. It resisted, then clicked. The sound was small but satisfying. From the other side of the wall, in the sauna, the orange light went out. Then the hallway beyond the staff room erupted with voices. Nina shouted. Lights just went. Marcus swore and rushed back. I stayed 1 second longer, staring at the breaker panel. Beside the sauna service box, stuck to the drywall with silver duct tape, was a folded sheet of paper. Not a manual, not a work order. It was a harbor fit incident form, the kind used when someone slipped or dropped a weight. The top had been torn. The lower half remained. On it, in the same dark, red-brown strokes as the sauna wall, someone had written, Rule 2, if the lights go out, count who is outside. My fingers went cold despite the heat. I touched the edge of the paper, then stopped before peeling it off. Evidence. That word arrived from every crime show I had half watched while eating dinner on my couch. Owen, Marcus called. I stepped back into the staff corridor. There's another one, he turned. Another what? A rule. He looked past me into the closet. For a second, he didn't understand. Then he did. Don't touch it, he said. I didn't. His face had gone gray. Don't tell the members. That's your concern. No, my concern is that someone is writing in blood in my gym, and maybe a man is dying behind a wall. I can have more than one concern. Fair. We went back to the sauna hallway. The orange glow was gone now, replaced by battery lights Marcus must have triggered when the circuit died. They were weak blue strips along the baseboards, turning everyone's skin waxy. The sauna door crack was a black vertical line. The heat was less visible without the light, but somehow more present, rolling out low and heavy. Nina had switched her phone to speaker and placed it on the towel shelf. Dispatch's voice asked, "How many people are currently with the patient?" Aaron answered, "No access to patient yet. 5 by the door. 1 staff in front controlling crowd." Nina looked at Marcus. 5. Marcus counted quickly. Me, Owen. You, Aaron, Caleb. Caleb said, "Paige is at the front." Dispatch said, "Fire is approximately 4 minutes out." 4 minutes. It sounded both tiny and impossible. Aaron looked at the door. "We need to get him cooled before then." Nina nodded. "Can we open it enough to move his leg? We don't know what's pinning him." Marcus swallowed. "There's writing in the utility closet." Nina looked at him sharply. "What writing?" I told them. "Rule 2. Count who is outside." Caleb backed up a step. "What does that mean?" Nobody answered. That was when Paige pushed through the locker room door, breathless. "Marcus, there's a problem," he snapped. "I told you to keep people out." I was. There's a guy asking for Ben." Marcus went still. "What guy?" "Tall, gray hoodie. He says he's with the contractor." "Did he give a name?" "He said Ray." Caleb's head lifted. "Ben mentioned a Ray," Marcus said. "Send him back." Nina immediately said, "No. Police and fire are coming. Nobody else comes into this hallway." Paige looked between them. "He says he has the release tool." Aaron's eyes narrowed. "The what?" "For the latch," Paige said. "He says Ben called him." The hallway tightened again. I heard the sirens outside now for real, not bounced. Brakes squealing somewhere below. A horn blast. A man's voice through a loudspeaker, muffled by walls. Marcus said, "If he has a tool," Nina said, "we don't know who he is. He knows Ben, or he knows Ben's name because someone told him." Marcus rubbed his forehead with the heel of his hand. He was sweating badly now. "Paige, where is he?" "At the front." "Is he alone?" "I think so," Aaron asked. "Did you let him see back here?" "No." "Good." Then, from the sauna, the phone inside started vibrating again. Everyone stopped. Marcus looked down at his own phone. "I'm not calling." Nina's phone remained connected to dispatch, screen lit on the towel shelf. Caleb whispered, "Then who is?" The buzzing was louder with the light off. It rattled against cedar in a fast, insect-like pulse. Once, twice, it stopped. Immediately after, Paige's radio crackled from her waistband. A male voice came through, distorted by static. "Marcus, you there?" Paige jumped and fumbled the radio loose. Marcus stared at it. Ray, static. Then the voice said, "Don't open it yet." Aaron stepped toward Paige. "Who has radios?" "Staff," Marcus said. "Only staff." The radio crackled again. "Marcus, answer me." Marcus grabbed the radio. "Who is this?" A hiss. Then, "Where's Ben?" Marcus's hand tightened around the radio. "Who is this?" No answer. The sonophone began buzzing again. Nina picked up her phone. "Dispatch, we may have an unknown person on site interfering. Request police as well." Dispatch said police had already been started because of the unknown circumstances. The words should have helped. They didn't. Marcus raised the radio again. "Ray, if that's you, come to the front entrance and wait for fire." The response came after 2 seconds. "Do not let members near the steam room." Marcus looked confused. "We don't have a steam room." The radio clicked dead. Caleb made a small sound. "We used to." Everyone looked at him. He seemed to regret speaking. "Before the renovation. Last year. I wasn't working then. But Paige said there used to be a steam room where the stretch area is now." Marcus said, "This isn't helping." Nina's eyes stayed on Caleb. "What else did Paige say?" "Nothing, just that some guy got hurt and they closed it." "Who?" "I don't know," Aaron said. "Okay, that's enough mystery hour. We have a patient." She crouched by the gap again. "Ben, we're going to move the door. If you can hear me, protect your head." Nina grabbed a towel and wrapped it around her forearm. We opened just enough for air and assessment. Slowly, Marcus shook his head. "Fire is almost here." Almost is not here. I felt everyone's eyes move, in some way, toward me. Not because I was in charge, I was, but because I had been the extra weight on the pry bar before, the guy who knew leverage, the body they needed to make the door move without jerking. My flaw, if you want to call it that, has always been trying to prove I'm useful right after I feel useless. It is how I ended up overloading deadlifts. It is how I once drove through a blizzard to get to work because I didn't want to be the guy who called out. Standing there in a towel and flip-flops while a man possibly cooked alive behind cedar, I could feel that ugly little engine start again. "Tell me where," I said. Aaron pointed to the lower hinge side. "Brace there, not full force, controlled pressure." Marcus said, "Owen, you don't have to." I almost laughed. None of us had to. That was the horror of it. Every bad choice came disguised as a volunteer opportunity. Nina counted. On 3, 1, 2, 3, we leaned. The door moved an inch. Something inside dragged with it. A low scrape. Fabric against wood. Maybe skin. Aaron said, "Stop." We stopped. Through the widened gap came a stronger blast of heat, and the iron smell no longer faint. Aaron got one gloved hand through, then her forearm, feeling along the floor. "I've got fabric," she said. "Pant leg. I can't reach pulse. He's too far behind the door." Nina said, "Can you tell position?" "On his side, maybe." Leg against the door. The sirens were directly below now. Heavy boots sounded on the stairs. Men shouting directions. Relief hit me so sharply my knees loosened. Then Paige screamed from the front. Not a horror movie scream. A short, shocked cry cut off halfway. Marcus turned toward the locker room door. Paige, the radio on his belt, crackled again. The same male voice said, much clearer now, "Count who is outside." Nina whispered, "Don't." But Marcus already looked around me. Nina, Aaron, Caleb, Marcus, 5. He pushed through the locker room door toward the gym. I followed because apparently my body had stopped asking permission from my brain. The main floor was half emptied, members clustered near the lobby, while firefighters came up the stairs in turnout gear. Paige stood behind the desk, one hand over her mouth, staring at the front doors. They were closing slowly. A gray hoodie disappeared through them onto West Broadway. On the counter lay something wet and dark. Marcus reached it first. He stopped so suddenly, I nearly ran into him. It was a key card on a retractable clip. Harborfit staff issue. The plastic was smeared with red-brown fingerprints. Printed on the card was the name, Ben Harker. Maintenance Page's voice shook. He said Ben told him to return that. A firefighter pushed past us. "Who's in charge here?" Marcus opened his mouth, but nothing came out. Behind us, from the rear hallway, Aaron shouted, "We need help now." The firefighters moved fast, and for 1 second I thought the story would become ordinary again. Professionals, tools, procedure. The proper people had arrived to take the bad thing away from us. Then all the lights in the gym went out, not dimmed, out. The treadmills died with descending beeps. The TVs blinked black. The HVAC cut off. The whole building gave a low electrical sigh. And in the sudden dark, the only light came from emergency strips, phone screens, and the wet shine of Ben Harker's keycard on the front desk. From the back hallway, something heavy thudded against the sauna door. Once, twice, then a third time, hard enough that everyone heard it. And this time, from inside the sauna, a man screamed. The blackout did something worse than darkness. It made everyone listen. For one suspended second after Ben screamed, the whole gym seemed to hold its breath. No HVAC rumble, no treadmill belts, no television chatter, just the emergency lights ticking on one by one along the baseboards, thin blue-white strips that made the floor look wet, and the echo of that scream still traveling through the locker room hallway. Then the professionals moved. Everyone out of the lobby, a firefighter barked. "Now, clear the stairs." His name tag read Kelleher. He was maybe late 40s male, broad through the chest, with gray in his mustache, and the clipped patience of someone used to panicked people becoming furniture. Behind him, 2 younger firefighters came up with a Halligan bar, an axe, a medical bag, and a battery-powered light that threw a hard white cone across the gym floor. Marcus pointed toward the back. Sauna S through the men's locker hallway. Rear left, doors jammed. Kelleher didn't wait for the full story. "Lead." Marcus did, and Nina and Aaron followed because they were already part of the patient's world now. Caleb stayed near the front desk, his face shiny with sweat and shock. Paige was still behind the counter, staring at the keycard like it might move. I should have gone with the other members toward the stairwell. Instead, I stood there, stupidly fixed between the lobby and the back hallway, because a man had screamed from inside a hot, wooden room, and because I had already put my shoulder into the door once. That is how bad situations keep you. Not with bravery, with unfinished involvement. A police officer came through the front doors as members were filtering out past him. This was Officer Daniel Price, 38, male, Boston police, square-faced, rain on his jacket, one hand held out to slow the crowd. He asked Paige, who called about an unknown male. Paige pointed at the smeared keycard with 2 trembling fingers. He left that. "Gray hoodie," said Ben told him to return it. Price looked at the card without touching it. "Where did he go?" "Out front." He turned to me. "You saw him, just his back, gray hoodie, tall, out the door right before the power went." "Stay here." I almost said, "I don't work here," but it didn't matter. In a crisis, everyone who saw something becomes furniture too, placed where someone else needs them. From the back hallway came a crash. Not a scream this time. Metal striking wood. Kelleher shouted, again. I followed the sound. The layout of Harborfit had never seemed important before, but now I could see it like a floor plan drawn in my head. Front lobby and desk facing West Broadway. Open gym floor beyond, with the turf strip running down the center. Men's and women's locker rooms at the far rear, split by a small staff-only door. The sauna sat inside the men's locker room corridor, left side, across from the showers. Behind it, through the staff corridor, was the utility closet with the breaker panel and that vent. The old steam room, according to Caleb, had once been somewhere out on the stretch area to the right of the turf. Now just mirrors, mats, foam rollers, and a blank painted wall. The place suddenly had too many corners. In the sauna hallway, the firefighters had wedged their light on a towel shelf, turning the steam into bright ribbons. Kelleher and one of the younger firefighters were working the Halligan into the door frame. Another firefighter, a woman with morals on her jacket, crouched low with Aaron, trying to see through the gap. This was Lieutenant Sophia Morales, 35, female, lean, focused, hair tucked under her helmet, speaking in short, clean instructions. She did not waste a movement. We have a conscious vocalization. One scream, Aaron said. No words, patient visible, lower leg only. Possible lateral position against door. Kelleher drove the tool again. The latch side split slightly. Cedar cracked. The door opened another inch, then stopped hard. Ben screamed again. This time it was shorter, ragged, and ended in a choking cough. Stop, Morales shouted. Everyone froze. From inside the sauna came a slapping sound, then a scrape. Nina called Ben, we're here. Try not to push against the door. Can you move your leg? A voice answered. Not clearly. Not enough to form words. A man's voice, thick and cooked by heat, making sounds that might have been no or do or just pain. Kelleher looked at Morales. Something braced in there. Morales said, we force it, we may roll him under the door edge. Can we go through the wall? Marcus looked horrified. Through the wall, Kelleher ignored him. What's behind? Utility closet, I said before Marcus could answer. Back of the sauna. There's a vent high up. Service panel, breaker box. Kelleher looked at me properly for the first time. You staff? No. He helped with the door, Marcus said. Kelleher pointed 2 fingers at me. You know the access. I can show you. That was the first attempt, and it failed in the most bureaucratic way possible. We took Kelleher and Morales through the staff door into the narrow corridor, past the bulletin board and boxes. The utility closet was still hot and dusty. Kelleher shone his flashlight over the back of the sauna wall, the service box, the vent grill near the ceiling. He touched the wall with the back of his glove. Hot, but not crazy. Morales looked at the vent. Too small for extraction. Could push air. Kelleher nodded to the younger firefighter behind him. Get the battery fan. Within a minute, they had a compact ventilation fan in the staff corridor, angled at the open utility closet. It roared to life and shoved cooler air toward the back of the sauna wall. Morales removed the vent grill with a multi-tool, and the smell came out stronger through the rectangular hole. Cedar, sweat, coppery blood, and something sourer, like damp clothing left in a gym bag. Ben, Morales shouted through the vent. Boston Fire, can you hear me? A cough answered from inside the wall. Good, Nina said from behind us, though her voice had gone thin. Morales threaded a flashlight beam through the vent. I can see the upper bench. No face, Steam's too thick. Kelleher said, can we get water through? Careful, Aaron said. Not ice water if he's altered. Mist or wet towel if we can reach. Can't reach. Marcus appeared in the staff corridor, phone in hand. Main power, S out in the whole building. Landlord says utility issue maybe, but he's not sure. Emergency lights on battery. Price came up behind him. No one leaves who was directly involved until I get statements. Kelleher gave him a look. You can collect statements after we get the man out. The fan ran harder, blowing dust off the floor and into my mouth. I coughed and stepped back. My lower back gave a warning pinch. Sweat ran down my ribs under my shirt. Then morales went quiet. What? Kelleher asked. She angled the flashlight through the vent again. There's writing on this side too. Nobody moved. She read it slowly. Rule 3. If he says he's alone, he is lying. The fan roared. Somewhere beyond the wall, Ben made a low, animal sound. Price said, who wrote that? Marcus said. We don't know. The answer was becoming less believable every time. Kelleher leaned toward the vent. Ben, is anyone else in there with you? For several seconds, only the fan answered. Then Ben's voice came back, broken into pieces. Alone. Nina closed her eyes. Price muttered, Christ. Morales tried again. Ben, listen carefully. Are you injured? A cough, then, door. What about the door? Do. His voice collapsed. Kelleher cursed under his breath. Vent won't do it. We need another way in. The fan bought him air, maybe. It revealed Rule 3. It gave us Ben's voice, but it didn't free him. That was the first partial success and the first tightening. Ben was alive. Ben was not clear-headed. And someone, before all this, had anticipated the exact question we would ask. The second attempt began at the front desk with a set of keys and ended with Caleb vomiting into a trash can. Marcus remembered there was an outside service entrance behind the building, down a narrow alley that ran along the dentist's office and opened near the dumpsters. Contractors used it when bringing equipment to the mechanical room. If the unknown man had come in or out without crossing the main lobby, he might have used that door. More importantly, Marcus said, there was another electrical room downstairs that controlled parts of the second floor. Maybe the outage was tripped from there, he said. Price looked at him. You think someone cut the power intentionally? I think my sauna is full of blood rules, and a missing contractor is trapped in it. I'm expanding my imagination. That was the first thing Marcus said all night that sounded like he was close to breaking. Price took Marcus, Caleb, and me because I had seen the gray hooded man's back, and because Marcus, perhaps unintentionally, had started treating me like part of the building. Nina and Aaron stayed with fire. Paige stayed at the desk with another officer who had arrived and was collecting member names. We went down the rear stairs. The stairwell smelled like rainwater, mop solution, and old concrete. Emergency lights glowed red at each landing. Caleb's breathing was too fast, bouncing off the walls. He kept whispering, I should have checked. I should have checked, until Price finally said, Kid, breathe or sit down. The rear service door opened into the alley behind West Broadway. Rain fell in a fine mist, silver in the streetlight. Dumpsters lined one wall. A delivery van blocked half the lane. Steam rose from a vent near the ground. For one horrible second, a tall figure in a gray hoodie stood at the far end of the alley. Caleb made a choking noise and grabbed my arm. Price drew his flashlight and shouted, Boston police. Stay where you are. The figure did not move. Price advanced, one hand near his holster. Marcus stayed behind him. I stayed behind Marcus. Caleb stayed behind me, still gripping my sleeve. The figure sagged slightly. Price's flashlight hit it full on. It was a hoodie hanging from a bent metal pipe beside the dumpster, sleeves tied around a bundle of cardboard. Rain had darkened the fabric, giving it weight and shape. A white plastic bag caught underneath lifted and fell in the wind like breathing. Misdirection. Explainable. Still awful. Caleb turned and threw up into a trash can. Price lowered his light, but not his guard. "Everyone okay?" "No," Marcus said. "But yes." The electrical room was behind a steel door near the alley. Marcus fumbled with the key twice before getting it open. Inside, the air was colder than upstairs. The flashlight beams found gray panels, conduit, old paint, a stack of broken tiles, and muddy footprints. Fresh footprints. Price crouched. Work boots, Marcus looked. Could be Ben's, could be anybody's. On the main panel, one breaker handle had been taped in the off position with black electrical tape. Not factory, not maintenance tag neat. A quick wrap. Marcus read the label. "Second floor auxiliary HVAC." Price said, "Would that affect the gym lights?" "No, ventilation mostly. Maybe emergency fan circuits." I thought of the broken wall fan in the utility closet, the sauna heat hanging in the hallway, air not moving when it should. On the floor beneath the panel was a laminated card, face down. Price put on gloves before turning it over. It was another Harbor Fit sign, the kind usually stuck near equipment. "Please wipe DOWN machines after use" on the back, written in red-brown. Rule 4. Do not trust the man who returns what he stole. Marcus leaned against the wall. "That's Ray," Caleb said weakly from the doorway, wiping his mouth with his sleeve. "Right, the guy with Ben's card." Price bagged the laminated sign. "We don't know that, but we knew enough to feel the shape of a person moving around us. Someone had been in the alley. Someone had touched the panels. Someone had Ben's keycard. Someone had written instructions like a sick scavenger hunt. Then my phone buzzed. I almost dropped it. Unknown number. On the screen, a text message. "Tell them the door opens inward now." I stared at it until the letters blurred. Price saw my face. "What?" I held up the phone. He took it carefully, read the message, and looked at Marcus. "Does the sauna door open outward?" "Yes," Marcus said. "Could it be altered?" "No, I mean," he stopped. "During renovation, maybe. I don't know." "It opens outward." "We were pulling it outward," Price said. "Who has your number?" "Everyone," I said. "Work, gym app, probably every data broker on Earth." My joke landed nowhere. Price called the number. It rang once, then went to a generic voicemail. Upstairs, over the radio clipped to Price's shoulder, another officer said, "Fire requesting building rep back at sauna." "They're changing approach." We ran back. By then, the second attempt had failed too. Restoring power or ventilation from downstairs was not simple. The taped breaker suggested interference, but flipping it back did not return the lights. The building remained on battery strips. The trap, if that's what it was, had widened from one jammed sauna door to the building's lungs. When we reached the second floor, the gym had transformed. Members were gone, except for a few witnesses near the front, wrapped in hoodies and nervous silence. Firefighters had unspooled gear across the floor. Earth strip was a path now. The locker room door was propped open. The hard white work light at the rear made the hallway glow like an operating room. Nina met us at the staff door. Her hair had come loose from its towel wrap and stuck to her cheek. "Ben's fading." "How bad?" I asked. Confused, coughing, he said one sentence clearly. What? She looked toward the sauna. He said, don't let Ray touch the handle. Marcus whispered, Ray again. Price said, we need full names. Contractor company. Now, Marcus nodded, but he was staring at the sauna door. Kelleher had shifted tactics. They were no longer trying to force the latch side. Morales and another firefighter were cutting into the cedar wall from the utility closet below the vent using a battery saw. The sound was vicious, a high chewing scream that traveled through the wall and into my teeth. Dust and cedar chips filled the staff corridor. The fan blew them back at us. Everyone coughed. Why not the door? Marcus asked. Kelleher shouted over the saw, door frames binding and patience against it. Wall cut gives side access. That made sense. For 30 seconds, it felt like a plan. Then the saw died. Morales pulled it back. Battery, the firefighter behind her, swapped packs. The saw whined again, bit into the paneling, then caught on something metal with a shower of sparks. Stop, Kelleher shouted. The smell of hot metal joined the cedar. Morales leaned in with her flashlight. There's a plate behind the wall. Marcus looked baffled. What plate? Metal reinforcement. We don't have. Clearly you do. Kelleher stared at him. Was this sauna modified? Marcus's face twitched. Not while I've been here. Caleb, sitting against the wall with a water bottle in both hands, said, Old steam room lawsuit. Everyone turned again. He looked miserable. Pei told me a guy got trapped. Not in the sauna, in the old steam room, before the renovation. She said the owner had contractors reinforce stuff after. What guy? Price asked. I don't know. Ben. No, I don't think so. Maybe an employee. I thought it was Jim Gossip. Kelleher's radio crackled. Truck S getting the rotary saw. Morales said, that'll throw more heat and sparks in a hot, enclosed wall. Then we shield and cut slow. Nina looked at Aaron. Aaron looked back. Neither liked it. Ben coughed again inside the sauna. What this time? Then he said something none of us caught. Morales leaned toward the vent. Repeat that, Ben. A pause. Then Ben rasped, he's outside. Price moved immediately. Who's outside? No answer. Ben, who is outside? The radio on Marcus's belt crackled. Not Price's police radio. Marcus's gym radio. The male voice said, count again. Caleb began crying, not loudly, just tears slipping down his face while he stared at the floor. Price grabbed the radio from Marcus. This is Boston Police. Identify yourself. Static. Then, you open the alley. Price looked toward the rear stairs. From the front desk, Paige shouted, Officer. Price ran. I followed, again. Because by then following had become easier than deciding. At the lobby, Paige pointed to the glass front doors. Outside, beyond the reflection of emergency lights, the sidewalk was mostly empty except for rain and a parked engine. But there, on the inside mat, was a wet footprint. One, then another, leading from the door toward the gym floor. The front door had not opened. At least, Paige swore it hadn't. The officer with her said he had been checking member IDs and had his back turned for maybe 5 seconds. Price swept his flashlight across the floor. Wet prints crossed the lobby, past the desk, and continued down the turf strip toward the rear locker hallway. Work boot tread, fresh water. Someone had come in, or someone already inside had stepped out of a wet place. The misdirection with the hoodie had been explainable. This wasn't, not yet. Price drew his weapon, but kept it angled low. Everyone stay behind me. From the rear hallway came the renewed howl of a larger saw, then a crash, then Morales shouting, We've got an opening. For 1 second, hope lifted. The wet footprints ended at the locker room door. Price pushed it open with his shoulder. Inside, the sauna hallway was chaos. Firefighters crowded the utility side opening. Erin was on her knees with a medical bag. Nina had both hands pressed against a towel, ready. Kelleher was shouting for a backboard. The cedar wall had been cut open from the utility closet side, leaving a jagged rectangular hole low enough to reach through. But nobody was pulling Ben out, because Ben's arm was through the opening and his hand was clamped around Morales's wrist. His skin was red and slick. His fingers shook with effort. His eyes were not visible from where I stood, but his voice came through the hole in a ruined whisper. "Ray's in the building." Kelleher said, "Sir, we're going to get you out." Ben shook his head weakly. "Door, what about the door?" Ben's grip tightened on Morales. He changed it. Marcus looked at me. The text message. "Tell them the door opens inward now." A sound came from behind us. A soft click. Everyone turned. The locker room door, the only normal exit from the sauna hallway back to the gym floor, had swung shut. At first, that meant nothing. Doors close. Then Marcus lunged for it and pulled. It did not open. He tried again, harder. Handle moved, but the door held from the other side. Kelleher barked, "Open that door." Price shoved Marcus aside and tried. Nothing. From the gym side of the door came a scraping sound. Metal dragged across tile. Something heavy had been wedged against it. We were now trapped in the rear locker room corridor and staff utility area with the sauna. The cut wall, Ben half reachable, but not free. Firefighters crowded into a narrowing space, and an unknown man somewhere on the other side of the blocked door. The emergency lights flickered. Not out, just enough to remind us they were batteries, and batteries die. Then the gym radio, lying on the floor near Marcus's feet, crackled one more time. "Rule 5, the voice said softly. When the rescuers are inside, lock the rescuers in." And from inside the sauna, Ben began to scream again. The first thing Captain Kelleher did was stop everyone from pulling in different directions. That sounds small. It was. The locker room hallway had become a box of bodies, tools, steam, and bad decisions. Firefighters were packed between the sauna door and the cut-open utility wall. Erin had Ben's wrist between two fingers through the jagged hole, trying to find a pulse that kept slipping under sweat and tremor. Nina was on the floor beside her, gloved hands ready with wet towels and gauze. Marcus was still yanking at the locked hallway door like he could tear the building open by being responsible enough. Officer Price had his shoulder against it, pistol low in one hand, trying to listen through the wood. And Ben screamed until his voice shredded. "Everybody stop," Kelleher shouted. It worked because he didn't sound afraid. Or maybe because he sounded angry enough to replace fear with instructions. The hallway froze. The emergency lights buzzed low along the floor. The sauna gave off heat in waves through the cracked door and the hole in the wall. The air smelled of cedar dust, blood, wet socks, and electrical plastic from the saw. Kelleher pointed. "Morales, keep access on Ben, Erin, Nina, medical only. Price that door, Marcus, away from the handle unless asked." "Kid," Caleb flinched. "Sit down before you fall down." Caleb slid down the tile wall, arms wrapped around his knees. Kelleher looked at me. "Owen, you still useful?" It was a brutal question. "Yes," I said. My voice didn't sound convincing. My back was already spasming from the first pry attempt, a hot band across my lower spine that made one leg feel slightly unreal. My mouth tasted like dust. Every breath pulled warm air into the soft parts behind my eyes. Kelleher nodded toward the utility corridor. You know that closet. Stay with Morales. If she needs leverage, give it. If I say move, move. I nodded. The gym radio on the floor crackled again. Captain, the voice said. Everyone looked at it. Not Marcus this time. Not Ben. The man on the radio sounded calm, almost tired. Kelleher stared at the little black radio like it was an insect. Ignore it. Captain Kelleher, the voice said. You cut the wrong wall. Price's eyes moved to Kelleher. The voice continued, distorted by static. You cut where they put the plate. You always cut where they put the plate. Kelleher picked up the radio. This is Boston Fire. Identify yourself and step away from the door. A soft laugh. Not theatrical. Worse. Human. Close to the microphone. Ask Marcus about the steam room. Marcus went still. Kelleher looked at him. Later. No, the voice said. Now. Ben made a guttural sound through the hole. Morales leaned toward him. Ben, stay with me. Look toward my voice. I can't, Ben rasped. Why not? My eyes. Nina's face tightened. Smoke, chemical. No smoke, Morales said. Aaron looked through the opening. His face is flushed. Skin's blistering near the shoulder. He may have blood in one eye. Ben's hand, still gripping Morales's wrist, flexed weakly. Ray, he whispered. Price lifted his voice toward the blocked hallway door. Ray Harker. Marcus's head snapped around. Price looked at him. That name means something, Marcus swallowed. Ben's last name is Harker. And Ray, I don't know, the radio answered for him. Brother, the voice said. Ray is the brother who got left in the steam room. The hallway changed. Not colder. Nothing that dramatic. It became heavier. The kind of heavy a room gets when everyone realizes the emergency has a history. And history has a bill. Marcus whispered. That was before I worked here. Ray said, everyone says that. Price shouted through the door. Ray, listen to me. If you have a grievance, we can deal with that after Ben gets medical treatment. Move whatever is blocking this door. No, your brother could die. A pause. He should have opened the door. Ben started sobbing. Not loud. Not a clean cry. Broken, dehydrated sound from inside the sauna, like his body had run out of fluid, but not guilt. Kelleher crouched near the cut wall. Ben, we need information. Is the sauna door blocked by you or by hardware? Ben coughed. Chain, Marcus said. There's no chain. Ben's voice came again, clearer through pain. He ran it through the inside pull, around the heater cage. I tried to kick loose. Fell. Morales cursed softly. That explained the door. It hadn't become inward opening by magic or renovation. Ray had rigged it from inside before Ben was trapped, looping a chain so pulling the outside door tightened it against the heater cage. Every pry had dragged Ben, shifted him, hurt him. A trap, but a real one. Kelleher said, Can you reach the chain? No. Can you move away from the door? No. Why, my leg? Aaron leaned closer. Ben, is your leg caught? Under bench, ankle. I broke. He lost the sentence in coughing. Nina said, he needs out now. Agreed, Kelleher said. Morales looked at the metal plate behind the cut cedar. Rotary saw can get through, but sparks and heat near dry cedar and patient. Kelleher said, we don't cut blind. Price kept his position at the locked hallway door. We also have a suspect outside this door. Ray's radio clicked. Not outside. The sound came from above us. Not supernatural. Not impossible. A ceiling tile shifted near the shower entrance. Dust sprinkled down. Price swung his flashlight up. Don't move. The tile lifted. A hand appeared on the metal grid. Pale, scraped, shaking. Then a man's man's face showed in the gap. Ray Harker was maybe 37, male, thin in the cheeks, soaked from the rain, with a gray hoodie pushed back off stringy hair. His eyes were wide, not calm now. Whatever control he'd had over radios and notes and staged rules had been spent getting into the ceiling. He had come in through the old service chase, I realized. The former steam room. The renovated stretch area. All those walls backed into the same ugly hidden space above the locker rooms. In his right hand was a box cutter. Price aimed. Drop it. Ray smiled in a twitchy way. You'll hit them before you hit me. Drop it. Ray pulled the tile aside farther and began crawling along the grid. The ceiling was not built for a grown man. The metal runners bent under his weight. A tile cracked. He had maybe 10 feet between him and the sauna door, moving above us through dust and pipework. Kelleher shouted, "Everyone down." Ray kicked through a tile. It shattered. Pieces rained into the hallway. Caleb screamed and covered his head. A chunk clipped Marcus across the temple, opening a bright line of blood that ran into his eyebrow. Nina dragged Aaron backward from the utility opening just as Ray's boot punched through where her shoulder had been. Price could not shoot. Too many of us. Too much movement. Too little clear line. Ray dropped. He hit the tile floor badly, one ankle folding under him. He cried out but stayed up, box cutter slashing wild in his hand. Price rushed him. Ray swung. The blade caught Price across the forearm, slicing fabric and skin. Price grunted, knocked Ray into the towel shelf, and the shelf collapsed with a metallic crash. Kelleher grabbed Ray from behind. Ray twisted like a trapped animal. Ben locked it, he screamed. Ben held it shut. Ben screamed from inside the sauna. I was 17. Everything became noise. Ray bucked backward into Kelleher. Price, bleeding from the arm, grabbed Ray's wrist. The box cutter skittered across the tile toward the sauna door. Marcus, half blinded by blood, kicked it away under the bench near the showers. Ray kept shouting. He was outside. He heard me. He heard me. Kelleher drove him down to the floor. Price got one knee between Ray's shoulder blades and cuffed one wrist, then the other, jaw clenched against pain. Suspect secured, Price said into his shoulder radio, breathless. Rear locker hallway. Another unit up here now. Ray turned his face sideways against the tile. His nose was bleeding. You don't know what it feels like. Nobody answered him, because we did not, and because Ben was still trapped. The second the handcuffs clicked, Kelleher turned back to the sauna. Chain, inside pull to heater cage, Ben's leg under bench. We need access to the chain. Morales crawled back to the wall opening. I can see his shoulder, part of his torso, no chain. The sauna door gap was still too narrow. The outside pull was accessible. The inside pull wasn't. I looked at the utility vent above the cut wall, then at the sauna door, then at the towel bin we had used for leverage. My brain, which had been trying to flee the heat for an hour, offered something useful and awful. The bench, I said. Kelleher looked at me. What? Ben set his ankles under the bench. If the chain is around the heater cage and inside handle, the bench is between him and the wall. Can we break the bench through the wall opening? Make space to pull him sideways instead of through the door. Morales shone her light inside. Lower bench is cedar slats on brackets. Maybe, Kelleher pointed, tools. Morales got a short axe through the wall opening. The angle was terrible. She could only chop sideways one-handed, while hot air blasted her face. After 3 strikes, she pulled back, coughing. Too awkward. Kelleher looked at me. I knew before he said it. You're smaller than us. No, Nina said immediately. I said nothing. Kelleher's face was hard. Not inside. Arm and shoulder through the wall opening. You may be able to reach the bench support from lower angle. Nina said, he's not trained. I need a smaller body and fast hands. I said no. I appreciated her for it. I really did. But Ben made a sound inside the sauna that was almost past pain, something thin and fading. And I saw again that shoe against the wall, that first glimpse of a person reduced to an object because a door would not open. My childhood fear wasn't brave or deep. It was just a room, a door, heat, someone outside with the power to open it. I couldn't be the adult outside and do nothing. I'll try, I said. Nina grabbed my wrist. Owen, listen. You have maybe seconds with your face near that opening. Heat exposure, smoke from cutting sharp edges. Your back is already hurt. I know, you don't. Her grip tightened. Her voice dropped. You do not have to earn your place here. That almost broke me, because she was right, and because I was still going to do it. Kelleher wrapped a towel around my forearm and another around the jagged edge of the cut wall. Morales handed me the small axe, then swapped it for a pry bar. Don't swing, she said. Hook and pull. Bench bracket may pop. Aaron shoved a wet towel against the side of my neck. If you feel dizzy, you back out. I nodded. Then I got on my knees in the utility closet, bent toward the cut opening, and put my right arm and shoulder through the hole. Heat swallowed half my body. Not like summer heat. Not like opening an oven. This had moisture and cedar dust and human breath in it. It pressed into my ear and cheek. The inside of the sauna was dark, except for flashlight beams knifing through steam from the door gap and vent. I could see Ben now in pieces. Red face, one eye swollen shut, shirt stuck to his chest, one leg twisted under the lower bench. A chain ran taut from the inside handle across the heater cage exactly as he'd said, bright metal disappearing through steam. The bench bracket was just beyond my reach. I stretched. Pain flared in my lower back, white and instant. I almost dropped the pry bar. Talk to me, Morales said from behind. Can't reach. Back out. No, I pushed farther. The jagged cedar bit through the towel at my ribs. My face was fully in the sauna now, lungs rejecting the air. I hooked the pry bar under the bench support. Got it, pull toward you, Kelleher said. Slow. I pulled. Nothing. I pulled harder. The bracket creaked. My back spasmed again. My vision tunneled. For one stupid second, I was 7 years old in the laundry closet, palm on a hot wall, throat raw, waiting for someone outside to decide the joke was finished. Then Ben's good eye found me. He whispered, sorry. Not to me maybe, to Ray, to the past, to the room. I braced my knee against the wall and pulled with everything. The bracket snapped. The lower bench dropped 6 inches. Ben screamed. I jerked back out of the opening and hit the utility closet floor, coughing so hard I gagged. Nina was there immediately, hands on my shoulders, dragging me clear. My right forearm was striped with shallow cuts. The skin on my cheek stung like sunburn. My back felt torn in half. But inside the sauna, Ben's trapped leg had shifted free. Now, Kelleher shouted. Morales and another firefighter reached through the wall opening and got Ben under the arms. Aaron guided his head. Nina slid towels under his shoulder to protect him from the jagged cut. Kelleher kept one hand braced against the wall and one eye on Ray, who was still cuffed on the hallway floor, sobbing into the tile. Ben came out sideways through the broken wall, not smoothly, not cleanly. His broken ankle caught once, and he made a sound I hope I never hear again. His shoulders scraped the cedar. Blood smeared the towel edge. Erin kept saying, "Easy, easy, easy," as if gentleness were a tool she could apply to physics. Then he was out. He collapsed onto the utility closet floor, steaming in the cold fan air, skin red and blotched, lips cracked, one eyelid swollen purple. His right ankle bent wrong. His breathing came in wet pulls. "Pulse rapid," Erin said. Nina was already cooling him with damp towels, avoiding ice shock, talking close to his ear. "Ben, you're out. You're out of the sauna. Stay with us." Ben tried to lift his head. "Ray," he whispered. Price, still bleeding through his sleeve, said, "He's cuffed." Ben turned his face slightly toward the hallway. Ray stopped crying. For a moment, through the broken wall, the two brothers were in the same line of sight, one on the floor in handcuffs, one half naked and burned and shaking under towels. Ray said, "You left me." Ben's cracked lips moved. "I called. No, I called Marcus's old boss. I called 911. I was 17. Ray's face twisted. "You held the door. I was trying to open it. Nobody spoke. Not because it solved anything. It didn't. Maybe Ben was telling the truth. Maybe he was. Maybe two panicked teenagers had both done the wrong thing on opposite sides of a steam room door years ago, and one of them had spent that time becoming a wound with hands." The hallway door boomed. Another firefighter from outside shouted, "Captain, we're forcing entry," Kelleher shouted back. "Patient extracted. Suspect secured." Force it, metal struck the other side of the blocked locker room door. Once, twice. Ray suddenly rolled toward the sauna door. Price lunged, but his injured arm slowed him. Ray's cuffed hands slid under the shower bench. The box cutter. Marcus had kicked it there. "Knife," Caleb shouted. Ray got both hands around it awkwardly and pushed himself up on his knees, blade trapped between cuffed fingers. He didn't go for Price. He didn't go for Kelleher. He went for the sauna door handle. Ben croaked, "Don't." Ray jammed the box cutter into the gap near the outside pull, trying to saw at something, or cut the chain tighter, or maybe open it, maybe prove something none of us understood. Kelleher tackled him into the door. The sauna door, already cracked and strained, slammed inward a fraction against the chain. The heater cage inside shifted. Metal groaned. Morales shouted, "Move," too late. The hot rocks tray inside the sauna tipped. Stones spilled against the cedar floor with a clattering roar. Not flames, not yet, but hot stones against broken dry wood and towels were enough. Smoke began to thread through the door gap. Kelleher dragged Ray back by the cuffs. Price kicked the box cutter away, then slipped in his own blood and went to one knee. The blocked hallway door finally burst open from the gym side with a crash of wood and metal. Firefighters flooded in. "Smoke in sauna," Morales shouted. Kelleher pointed at Ray. "Take him out." Two firefighters hauled Ray up. He fought until one twisted his cuffed wrists high enough to make him gasp. They dragged him through the now open hallway door toward the gym, his shoes scraping wetly across tile. Ben was lifted onto a soft stretcher. His ankle was splinted in place with quick, ugly efficiency. An oxygen mask went over his face. Nina stayed beside him until EMS took over, her gloves red-brown at the fingertips. I tried to stand and couldn't. My back locked. My legs folded under me. For a second, the hallway tilted, emergency lights sliding up the wall. Nina caught me under one arm before my head hit the floor. "Don't you dare," she said. "I'm fine. You are aggressively not fine." Smoke thickened behind us, and firefighters moved with extinguishers and thermal cameras. turning the sauna from a trap into a worksite. The cedar hissed where water hit the hot stones. Steam blasted out, clean and white and ordinary, which somehow made the whole thing worse. As they carried Ben past Ray toward the stairs, the brothers looked at each other one last time. Ray's face had gone slack. Ben lifted one shaking hand, not forgiveness, not apology, just proof he could move it. Ray looked away first. That was how the conflict ended. No confession shouted to the rafters. No perfect explanation. Just a trapped man pulled through a wall. A wounded officer bleeding onto gym tile. A firefighter with a bruised shoulder. A manager holding gauze to his temple. A kid crying into his sleeve. And me sitting on the utility closet floor with my back spasming and my cheek burned from the heat. The sauna door still hung mostly shut. On the cedar wall inside, visible now through the broken side opening and drifting smoke, the blood-brown rules ran downward in uneven lines. Under Rule 5, there was one more line none of us had been able to see before. It had been written smaller than the rest. Rule 6, someone always waits outside the door. I read it while firefighters stepped over hoses, and EMS called out vitals, and police dragged Ray toward the lobby. Then Nina shifted in front of me and blocked my view. "Don't look at it," she said, but I had already looked, and I knew, with the sick certainty of someone who has heard a latch click in memory for 25 years, that the words were not just Ray's rules for us. They were the rules he had been living under ever since the first door closed. By the time they got me down the stairs, the rain had stopped. That was the detail I remember most clearly from the ambulance bay outside Harborfit, which is strange because there were bigger things happening. Ben Harker was already on his way to Boston Medical Center with cooling towels packed around him and an oxygen mask fogging over his mouth. Officer Price was sitting on the back bumper of another ambulance while a paramedic irrigated the cut on his forearm. Marcus had a wad of gauze taped to his temple and kept refusing to sit until Kelleher finally put one hand on his shoulder and said, "You're bleeding on my paperwork." Ray Harker was in the back of a cruiser. The rain had stopped, though. West Broadway shone under the streetlights, black and slick, and the red-blue flash from the cruisers broke apart in the puddles along the curb. People from the neighborhood had gathered at the edges of the scene in hoodies and winter coats, holding phones, asking each other if it was a fire, if someone had died, if the gym was open tomorrow. A woman carrying takeout from the Poke Place stood beneath its awning and watched firefighters haul smoky equipment out through the front doors. Normal city behavior. Something bad happens, and people make a careful half circle around it. A paramedic named Joel, male, maybe mid-30s, tried to convince me to lie flat on the stretcher. "I can sit," I said. "You can barely stand." "I'm not dizzy." "You told my partner the wall was breathing." I looked at him. He looked back. "That may have been the heat," I said. "Great stretcher." Nina was beside me, still in gym clothes, her hands wrapped around a paper cup of water she had not drunk from. Someone had given her a foil blanket, and she wore it over her shoulders like a failed costume. Her hair was damp and stuck to her neck. There was a streak of cedar dust across one cheek. "He needs evaluation for heat exposure and a lumbar strain," she told Joel. "I know," Joel said, "and possible superficial burns on the right cheek and forearm." "I know." and he's going to minimize everything. Joel glanced at me. I know, I would have argued, but a spasm went through my lower back hard enough to make my teeth click. That settled the matter. They loaded me into the ambulance. Through the open doors, I saw Caleb sitting on the curb with Paige beside him. Caleb had both hands wrapped around a bottle of water, staring at the sidewalk. Paige was talking to an officer, nodding too quickly, then shaking her head, then nodding again. Marcus tried to walk over to them and was redirected by a firefighter like a sleepwalker being turned away from traffic. Ray's cruiser rolled out without sirens. He didn't look at the building as they drove him past. At the hospital, time became fluorescent. That is the only way I can describe it. Everything happened under bright flat lights. Blood pressure cuff, temperature, questions. How long were you exposed to heat? Did you lose consciousness? Any chest pain? Any numbness down the legs? Rate your pain from 1 to 10. I said 6. Nina, who had followed in an Uber because apparently terrifying emergencies did not stop her from making practical choices, said 8. The nurse wrote something down without looking surprised. They gave me fluids, cleaned the cuts on my arm, put a dressing on my cheek, and told me my back was probably a severe strain with muscle spasm, not a disc injury, though I would need follow-up if anything changed. No lifting, the doctor said. For how long? He looked at my chart. Longer than your ego wants. Fair. Ben was in another part of the hospital. We didn't see him that night. Later, through Marcus, I heard he had second-degree burns across parts of his shoulder and back. A fractured ankle, dehydration, heat exhaustion close enough to heat stroke that nobody joked about it, and corneal irritation from sweat, steam, and blood getting into his eye after he hit the bench. He lived. That sentence looks too simple for what it cost. Officer Price needed stitches. Marcus needed 4 staples near his hairline. Kelleher had a deep shoulder bruise from taking Ray down. Morales had burns along one wrist where her glove slipped near the cut cedar. Erin refused transport at first, then finally agreed to have her lungs checked because she had been breathing sauna smoke and dust for too long. Caleb did not have visible injuries, but when someone from the gym tried to tell him he had done his best, he started crying again and could not stop. I gave my first statement at 2:17 a.m. A detective came into the exam room with a notebook and the kind of tired face that made me think he had not expected his Thursday night to involve sauna architecture. Detective Laura Sweeney, 44, female, Boston Police, spoke softly, asked direct questions, and never once used the word crazy. She asked about the caution tape, the first rule, Ben's phone vibrating, the gray-hooded man, the keycard, the utility closet, the text message I received. That part took longer. I showed her the unknown number. She photographed it. She asked if I had ever met Ray Harker. I had not. Asked if my phone number was visible through the gym app or membership system. I don't think so, I said. That's not the same as no. No, she wrote that down. The next morning, the story had already become smaller and wrong online. Man RESCUED from South Boston Gym Sauna Police. Investigate domestic dispute. AT Fitness Center firefighters save contractor. After locker room incident, no headline said anything about rules written in blood, which was probably for the best. People would have turned it into content. They would have made jokes. Someone would have filmed themselves outside Harborfit pointing at the windows with a shocked thumbnail face. The official version, once it formed, was worse because it made sense. Ray Harker had suffered serious burns and lung injury in a steam room incident at the same gym building 8 years earlier, before HarborFit changed ownership and renovated the space. Back then, according to reporting that surfaced later, the steam room door latch had failed during an after-hours maintenance visit. Ray, then 29, had been doing subcontractor work with Ben, his younger brother. Ben told investigators he had gone to get help when he could not open the door. Ray claimed Ben panicked, pulled from the wrong side, jammed the latch worse, and left him there while he screamed. The truth had been legally flattened years ago into settlement language. Fault disputed. No admission. Medical expenses covered. Steam room removed during renovation. But settlement money does not heal the part of a person that keeps hearing a door fail. Ray had worked building maintenance on and off after that, sometimes under other contractors, sometimes not legally at all. He knew service corridors, panels, ceiling grids. He knew how cheap fitness centers hid old systems behind new drywall. The week before the incident, Ben had taken the HarborFit sauna latch job through a small contractor network. Ray found out, or Ben told him. That part remained unclear. What police believed was this: Ray got into the building before close through the rear service entrance, used Ben's familiarity and possibly his guilt to lure him into the sauna, rigged the chain through the inside handle and heater cage, then manipulated the power and ventilation so the sauna would remain hot but unstable. He wrote the rules in Ben's blood after injuring him with the box cutter, though Ben later said some of the writing happened while he was drifting in and out, and he could not tell whether Ray or he had made all the marks. That detail never made it into the articles. Ray did not mean for the police report to sound like a ghost story. He meant for us to follow instructions. That was what Detective Sweeney told me 2 weeks later when I went in for a follow-up statement. He created conditions, she said. Then he created rules that made people second-guess normal procedure. That bought time. Why text me? We're still looking at that. Do you know how he got my number? She paused a fraction too long. Possibly from Ben's phone, possibly from gym records, possibly from a member contact list accessed at the front desk. Possibly. That's where we are. I nodded like I accepted that. I did not. HarborFit stayed closed for 19 days. They put butcher paper over the front windows first, then proper contractor film. A notice appeared on the door thanking members for their patience during facility repairs. That phrase bothered me more than it should have. Facility repairs. As if the problem had been a plumbing leak or a broken mirror. When the gym reopened, the sauna did not. The hallway had new paint, new tile trim, a new security camera pointed at the locker room entrance, and an employee-only keypad on the staff corridor. The old sauna door was gone, replaced with drywall so smooth you could almost believe there had never been a cedar room there at all. Almost. The air still changed when you walked past that spot. Cleaner now, sharper with fresh paint, but underneath, it's something warm lingered in memory. I did not go back right away. My back made the decision for me at first. For 3 weeks, I moved like an old man, rolling out of bed sideways, bracing a hand on the sink to brush my teeth. The burn on my cheek scabbed, peeled, and left a faint pink patch that looked worse in cold weather. My right forearm healed with thin, pale lines where cedar had cut me. At work, the warehouse guys were kind about it, in the horrible way men are kind. Heard you fought a sauna. Sauna 1. You getting hazard pay from Planet Fitness Dracula. I laughed because it was easier than explaining that sometimes I woke up at 3 a.m. convinced the bedroom door was stuck. Nina checked on me twice by text, then once in person when she decided I was ignoring sensible advice. She met me at a coffee shop near Broadway Station and watched me lower myself into a chair. You're still guarding, she said. My back, everything. She was right. I sat facing the door. I had started doing that everywhere. Ben's awake, she told me. I heard. Marcus said he asked about you. That made me uncomfortable. Why? You helped get him out. So did everyone. Yes, Nina said. And you? I looked out the window at a bus sighing to the curb, brakes hissing, people stepping around puddles. I don't know what to do with that. You don't have to do anything with it yet. That was probably the best thing anyone said to me after. Caleb quit Harborfit. Paige stayed, but only daytime shifts. Marcus took a leave of absence, came back thinner, and then left for a job managing a boxing club in Dorchester, where, he told me, the worst thing in the locker room is usually someone's foot fungus. Erin went back to work as an EMT. Of course she did. Some people run toward bad rooms because that is the shape they have chosen for their lives. She sent one group text to those of us who had exchanged numbers through the investigation. Everyone drink water and go to therapy. Not optional. Officer Price recovered use of his arm, though the scar cut pale across the inside of his forearm. Ray Harker was charged with kidnapping, assault, attempted murder, obstruction, and a stack of other things I only half understood. His lawyer argued psychiatric crisis and trauma history. The papers used the phrase revenge plot. That phrase was too neat. Ben did not give interviews. I saw him once, 3 months later, outside a courthouse. He was on crutches, thinner, hair cut short around the healing burns near his neck. His right eye watered constantly in the wind. Reporters called his name. He ignored them. Then he saw me. For a second, we just stood there on the courthouse steps, 2 men who had shared a room only one of us had entered. He came over slowly. Owen, he said. His voice was rougher than before, like the sauna had sanded something permanent into it. Hey, I said, because language is useless sometimes. He looked at the scar on my forearm. I'm sorry. You said that inside. I don't remember a lot. You said it. He nodded. He looked past me toward the courthouse doors, where his attorney was waiting. Ray used to say there's always someone outside the door. Like that was the worst part, not the heat. Knowing someone could open it and didn't. I didn't know what to say. Ben swallowed. I did go for help. I believe you. I said it too quickly. Maybe because I wanted to believe someone. Maybe because the alternative was too large. His face tightened with gratitude or pain. Hard to tell. Thanks. Then he went inside. That should be where the story ends. Man rescued. Suspect arrested. Gym repaired. Survivors healing in uneven, inconvenient ways. But ordinary reality has cracks, and sometimes all you need is the right angle to see them. I went back to Harborfit in May. Not for the sauna. There was no sauna. Not for deadlifts either. The doctor had allowed light cardio and machines if I behaved like someone with a spine he planned to keep. I chose a Tuesday afternoon when the gym was quiet and sun came through the big front windows, making the rubber floor look almost cheerful. Paige was at the desk. Day shift. She smiled when she saw me, but her eyes checked my face, my gait, my hands. You good? she asked. Getting there. Marcus said to tell you he still thinks you're banned from touching pry bars. Fair. I walked past the turf strip, past the stretch area where the old steam room had been hidden behind new mirrors, past the medicine balls, the cable machines, the vending machine humming like nothing bad had ever happened near it. At the rear hallway, I stopped. The drywall where the sauna used to be was painted pale gray. A framed poster hung there now. Recovery is part of training corporate wisdom over fresh plaster. I stood in front of it for maybe 10 seconds, listening. Showers running. A locker closing. Someone laughing softly in the women's locker room. Normal sounds. Human sounds. Then, from behind the wall, I heard a click, not loud, a small metal tick like a latch settling. My body reacted before my mind did. Breath held, fingers curled, shoulders up. 7 years old again. 32 years old, both. I stayed where I was. Another sound followed, a scrape, then a muffled curse. A maintenance worker stepped out of the staff corridor carrying a toolbox. Not Ben. Older guy, gray beard, Harbor Fit visitor badge clipped to his shirt. He saw me and lifted the toolbox slightly. Sorry, he said. New access panel sticks. Yeah, I said. He walked past me toward the gym floor. Explainable. Everything that night had been explainable, eventually. That did not mean harmless. I looked once more at the recovery poster, then at the smooth gray wall, and I noticed something near the baseboard. A tiny brown mark, half hidden where the paint met the tile. It could have been rust, could have been old adhesive, could have been dirt from someone's shoe. It was shaped like the bottom of a number. A 6 maybe, or nothing at all. I did not bend down to check. I went back to the front, stepped onto a treadmill, set it to a slow walk, and faced the windows. Outside, West Broadway moved in its usual pieces. Buses, bikes, delivery drivers, people with coffee, people with dogs, people late to something. Behind me, weights clanked. The air smelled like disinfectant and rubber and someone's mint shampoo. Almost ordinary. I walked for 12 minutes before my back tightened. Then I stopped, wiped down the machine, and left before dark. And that's the end of today's chilling tale. If you enjoyed this story and want more nights full of suspense, don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on the bell so you never miss a scare. I've got plenty more stories waiting for you, so stick around and check out the other videos on the channel. Thanks for watching, and until next time, stay safe and don't look behind you.